you please rise and kindly remove your caps as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Good afternoon from Joliet, Illinois, and welcome to the CCAC Baseball Opener between the University of St. Francis Fighting Saints and the visiting Crimson Wave of Calumet College of St. Joseph. Welcome to the broadcast. My name is Terry Bonadonna on the call as the Saints and the Crimson Wave try to get their CCAC play off to a strong start here as we begin the first full weekend of March. The Saints are out in the field, getting their warm-ups in. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for today's game. We'll start with the visitors from Calumet. Their leadoff hitter is second baseman Lazaro Liriano. Batting second, shortstop Nick Mangano. Batting third for the Crimson Wave today is their right fielder Jalen Rutherford. Christian Martinez bats cleanup. He's the designated hitter. Dakota Salmons hits fifth and does the catching. Batting sixth, Frankie Moreta. Moreta is at first base. The third baseman hitting seventh is Rowan Kenning. In left field is Trevor Kubacki. And batting ninth, center fielder Mark Kalnbacher. Starting pitcher that they are facing today for the Fighting Saints is the senior Jack Otis, the transfer from Central Michigan University. Otis on the mound for the Fighting Saints today is making his fourth start and fifth overall appearance of the year. He's 1-1 with an 11.77 ERA. In 13 innings pitched, he's allowed 17 runs, all of them earned on 24 hits, with 10 strikeouts against 5 walks. Here's how the rest of the Fighting Saints line up. Nate Maliska leads off playing first base. Batting second baseman Max Montgomery. Hayden Host hits third in left field. Jake Murda is the catcher. Batting fifth, third baseman Ryan Louthen. Brian Graves is the designated hitter. Ethan Fleming bats seventh at shortstop. Noah Munson is in right field. And batting ninth, center fielder Mitchell Thomas. I'll tell you more about the pitcher that they'll be facing in the bottom of the inning, but we're ready to get rolling here. And the first pitch of the ball game coming in from Jack Otis is swung on and fouled back for strike one. We are underway at 12:58 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Central Standard Time. Be in daylight time in just 2 days. Beautiful day as the rain has subsided here in Joliet. And a strike is called to make the count 0-2. So 0-2 on the leadoff batter for Calumet. And Liriano takes a ball high. And that makes it 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lazaro Liriano this season hitting .300 in 7 games played. He's 6 for 20 at the plate. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and a strong start for Otis as he fans the first batter of the game. Jack Otis has his 11th strikeout this season. Came into play today with a team best 13 innings pitched. And now he's at 13 1/3 after retiring the leadoff batter. Here's Mangano, the number 2 hitter and shortstop for the Crimson Wave. Calumet in all black today. Strike called over the outside corner on Mangano. Fighting Saints are in the gold tops and white bottoms with brown caps. 0-1 from Otis. Ripped into left field. That drops in for a base hit as Hayden Host plays it on a hop. And we've got our first base runner of the game, a 1-out single in the top of the first inning for Mangano, who came in with 5 hits on the season, a .208 batting average. He's now 6 for 25 this year. And he is aboard with 1 away in front of the right fielder, Jalen Rutherford. Rutherford has played in all 8 games. He hasn't started all 8 games prior to today. In fact, nobody for Calumet has. There's a strike over the inside corner, 0-1. So Otis is doing a nice job getting ahead of hitters. He's thrown 3 consecutive first pitch strikes to start the game. Pickoff attempt over at first base. Mangano dives back to the bag. Mangano does have 1 stolen base this year. It's a team that hasn't run very much early on. They haven't had as many base runners as they've liked, and they've often been playing from behind. So the running game has kind of been taken out as it's bounced down the first base line, foul, strike 2 on Rutherford. But just 3 total stolen base attempts this season for Calumet. 2 of those 3 have come from the guy at first base. So Otis, you would figure, will continue to keep a close eye on Mangano over there. He's 1 for 2 swiping bags. Looking for his second strikeout of the first inning. Otis sets for the 0-2 pitch. Fouled back off the screen, and the count remains 0-2. Calumet comes into play today with a 1-7 record overall. St. Francis is 3-9, just the second home game played by the Fighting Saints so far this year. And the first not only against a conference opponent, but against a division opponent, as that's tapped foul by Rutherford, still 0-2. Their first home game of the season came a few weeks ago against Roosevelt, who is a Division II school. Used to be members of the CCAC, but they're NCAA now, so this is the first NAIA opponent the Saints have seen here in Joliet, and it's off to a good start as Otis strikes out Rutherford swinging. Second strikeout of the ball game, second strikeout of this first inning for Jack Otis. 2 outs with a man at first base, and the cleanup batter will come up for the first time. Christian Martinez is his name, a catcher by trade. He's DHing today, hitting .267 for the year. 4 runs batted in, right-handed hitter. And the first pitch he sees from Jack Otis is taken for strike 1. So that's 4 batters up, and all 4 of them have seen a first pitch strike. In fact, Otis has only missed the zone 1 time. 12 pitches total, 11 strikes from Otis. The only one that missed was on 0-2 to the leadoff batter, but maybe I jinxed him. Fastball up and in. Goes for ball 1 to even the count. Just underway here at Slammers Stadium in Joliet, Illinois. Otis looking for a clean first inning. His 1-1 pitch misses the outside corner, so for the first time today, he falls behind a hitter. 2 balls and 1 strike on Martinez. Dakota Salmons waits in the on-deck circle. Line drive down the first base line. That's a foul ball. Behind the bag, it was just wide by maybe 1.5 feet. So a close call there on a pretty hard hit ball the opposite direction by Christian Martinez. But it does count only as a strike. And so the count goes to 2-2, and Otis is 1 strike away from fanning the side. He does just that, swing and a miss. 3 strikeouts in the first for Jack Otis, an impressive start for him. We'll go to the bottom of the first inning scoreless here in Joliet.
In the inning for the Crimson Wave, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and there was 1 runner left on base.
Bottom of the first inning coming up. St. Francis will try to strike first after a punchless first inning from the Calumet offense. Nate Maliska, Max Montgomery, and Hayden Host due up first for the Fighting Saints. The rest of their lineup features Murda, Louthan, Graves, Fleming, Munson, and Thomas. And they're going up against Jake Biederstadt, the freshman righty from Crown Point, Indiana for Calumet. Biederstadt winds up for his first pitch, and Maliska takes low and inside for ball one. Biederstadt is making his second collegiate start. Did not take a decision in his first one. He went 3 innings, allowed 5 runs on 3 hits, 3 strikeouts. 7 walks was the big number. Fouled away by Maliska, 1-1. So as I said, took no decision in that game, but 7 walks, 5 runs allowed in 3 innings. Not exactly the numbers that he was looking for, so he'll try to straighten things out today. The 1-1 misses for ball 2. Nate Maliska's hitting .351 this year. That's tops on the team among players who have started 10 or more games, which is kind of an arbitrary cutoff for me. But I'm making it anyway. Ball outside, 3-1. This is the 13th game of the season for the Fighting Saints. Maliska is starting for the 12th time. He's appeared in all 13. Hitting .351 with 3 runs batted in, 3 extra base hits, and he's got a hit right here. A line drive into center field, and the leadoff man is aboard for the Fighting Saints. Good start for St. Francis. Maliska is on first base in front of Max Montgomery. The Saints as a team, offensively through 12 games, are hitting .270. They average to score 5 runs per game. Ball outside, 1-0. Hitting usually picks up as the season goes on. As the weather warms up, and it's warm today. It's not going to be this warm throughout most of the month of March, in fact, but closing in on 70 degrees right now. Montgomery takes one in the back. Back-to-back batters reach to begin the ball game for St. Francis. I mentioned that Biederstadt walked 7 guys in his 3 innings in his first appearance. He did not hit anybody, so that's the first time he's done that this year. But similar to his last start, control is starting to become a problem. And Hayden Host has a real RBI chance here with runners at first and second and nobody out. Biederstadt pitches out of the stretch and misses on the first pitch to Host, 1-0. Hayden Host is the leading batter for the Fighting Saints on guys who have not appeared in at least 10 games. He's hitting .455. He started 6 of the first 12. 10 for 22 at the plate, 3 extra base hits, 3 RBIs. Biederstadt has been falling behind everybody in this first inning, 2-0 on Host. A stark contrast to the first inning of Jack Otis, who was throwing nothing but strikes. 7 balls thrown, only 2 strikes so far from Biederstadt. One of those 2 strikes was hit out to center field for a Nate Maliska single. Now the count is 3-0 on Host, 8 balls to 2 strikes overall among his first 10. He's in trouble, danger of loading the bases, and he does just that, missing on 4 straight to Host. Montgomery up to second, Maliska to third, Murda to the plate. As the Fighting Saints have a chance not just to take an early lead, but maybe to put up a crooked number. We'll get a visit to the mound here before Murda digs in. Brian Nowakowski is the longtime head coach of Calumet College of St. Joseph. Trying to work a young pitcher into the rotation here. Jake Biederstadt, just a freshman, making his second start. He is the second Crimson Wave pitcher to start for a second time this year. This is game 1 of a doubleheader, which takes some of the pressure off of a starting pitcher because game 1 will go only 7 innings. So that makes it a little bit more manageable. You're not going to be asked to do quite as much as a starter. But so far hasn't been able to get any outs, hasn't been able to throw very many strikes. 9 balls, 2 strikes, 3 base runners with nobody out. Meliska singled, Montgomery was hit by a pitch, and Host drew the walk. And now it's Jake Murda's turn, a .306 batter with a team best 9 RBIs, and an opportunity to add to that right now. Murda is a senior behind the plate for the Fighting Saints. He offers at the first pitch, chops it foul down the third base line for strike one. So after the mound visit, Biederstadt is able to get ahead of the next batter with a first pitch strike. And now we'll see how he attacks the Saints from ahead in the count. First time he's been in that position as he misses outside, and he no longer is in that position. We're back to even at 1-1. Ryan Louthen's been a really good run producer for the Fighting Saints early this year as well. He's on deck. Ball low on Murda, 2-1. Well, the way that things are going for Biederstadt at the moment, the best philosophy in getting runs home might just be to keep the bat on your shoulder. Instead, Murda swings and fouls it off. That one did appear to be in the strike zone. It takes the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. First 2-strike count to the game, so maybe Biederstadt is settling in here. We'll see. This is a big pitch coming up to Murda. And it is taken for ball 3. It squirts away from the catcher Dakota Salmons, but the runners decide to stay put. Most importantly, Nate Meliska, the runner over at third, decided not to try to score. And so everybody remains in their position, but now 3-2 on Murda, and Biederstadt is in danger of walking another and bringing a run home. Murda bounces it off the mound. It kicks over to the shortstop, grabbed by Mangano, and he has no play. It's an infield hit for Jake Murda. Meliska comes in to score and makes it 1-0 St. Francis. An RBI for Murda, number 10. That was a hard hit ball, and off the bat, it looked like it was going to make it through to center field, which may have scored multiple runs. He'll take what he got, though. A high bounce off the pitcher's mound. Mangano got under it. Kind of like playing a pop-up because it bounced so high. But he wisely put the ball in his pocket, didn't have anywhere to go with it. And so that means that St. Francis still has the bases loaded. They still have nobody out. And the batter is Ryan Louthen. There's a new base runner over at first. Dominic Alberico is the courtesy runner for the catcher Murda, who will go back to the dugout and get his gear on for the next inning. Although the way this inning is going, he might have some time. Good news for Biederstadt is he is just 1 ground ball away from picking up a pair of outs, potentially. The bad news is everything else that's going on. Hasn't gotten out yet. 2 hits this inning, a walk and a hit by pitch. And now another dangerous bat. Ryan Louthen comes in slugging .588. He swings the first pitch, grounds it right to the shortstop. Picked up by Mangano from his knees. He flips over to second for 1. That's all they get, as the relay throw from Lazaro Liriano was a little bit wild. It pulled Frankie Moreta off the bag. That will not go as an error because they did record an out, but that was a costly misthrow. 1 out recorded on the play instead of 2. A run does score, and the run would have scored either way. I'll tell you who's happy that that throw was off the mark at first base is Ryan Louthen, because he gets an RBI now. An RBI on the fielder's choice grounder. Runners at the corners with 1 away for Brian Graves, who takes a first pitch strike over the outer edge. Graves is hitting .200 this year, 4 for 20 at the plate. 5 RBIs. A big number for limited playing time. Graves takes low and in. Nice stop by Dakota Salmons. Count is 1-1. The courtesy runner Alberico is the one who is retired on that last play, the ground ball from Louthen. Host is at third base. Louthen's at first, and Graves smacks it foul over the dugout down the third base line of Calumet. The count is 1-2. Sixth batter of the inning for the Fighting Saints. It's been a long one for Biederstadt. His team trails 2-0. Swing and a miss from Graves. That's strike 3. It was not caught cleanly by Dakota Salmons, but with first base occupied, Graves has nowhere to go. So back-to-back outs recorded. Biederstadt settling in, and now he's 1 out away from getting out of this inning with a lot less damage than it looked like it could have been, and still can be. Hit from Fleming here would add at least 1 run. He takes a strike over the inside corner. But when the Saints had the bases loaded with nobody out, Biederstadt was not able to throw any strikes early in the game. Seemed like this could be a mammoth inning. And right now, he's 1 out away from making it just 2-0. As Fleming fouls it back to make it 0-2. Louthan was on the move with that pitch, but he has to retreat to first base. 2 runs on 2 hits this inning for the Fighting Saints. Ethan Fleming, a .225 hitter, stands in. Runner goes again, and Fleming bounces it through the right side of the infield. That's an RBI hit for him. Louthan heads to third base, a single for Fleming. And with Host crossing home plate, our score is 3-0.
Now batting the right fielder, number 6.
Nice piece of hitting by Ethan Fleming. As Ryan Louthan took off for second base, the second baseman Liriano vacated that area to go cover second, and Fleming punched it right through that hole. Ball in the dirt on Munson, and no throw down to second as Ethan Fleming steals second base. Second steal of the year for Fleming. Just prior to that, he picked up his 4th RBI this season. And now there are runners at second and third. A 1-0 count on Noah Munson, who grounds it to the third baseman. Kenning across the diamond ends the inning. So the Saints leave runners at second and third, but before doing that, they score 3 times on 3 hits, all of them singles. And as we head to the second inning, great start for St. Francis. They're on top 3-0.
In the inning for the Fighting Saints, 3 runs on 3 hits. There were no errors, and 2 runners were left on base.
Start of the second inning, and it's already a healthy lead for the home team. 3-0 Fighting Saints on top as Dakota Salmons leads things off for CCSJ. Jack Otis was sharp in the first inning. We'll see if he carries that over into number 2. Off to a good start with a strike at the knees of Salmons. Otis has gotten ahead of every hitter he's faced so far today. 3 strikeouts in the first inning. Salmons swings and misses. It's 0-2. Dakota Salmons this year is a 200 hitter. He's 3 for 15 at the plate. 3 runs batted in for the freshman out of Griffith, Indiana. The 0-2 misses low and outside. A lot of Northwest Indianans on this Calumet roster. So a lot of guys didn't have to travel too far to play ball for Calumet. 1-2. Low and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Got a handful of guys from Northeast Illinois as well, the Chicago area. So those guys also did not have to travel all that far for college. From the windup, the 2-2 from Otis misses a little high for ball 3. So 3 straight takes from Salmons. And after falling behind 0-2, he's worked the count full. Payoff pitch coming. Same spot as the last one. Both of them borderline calls, and they both end up going to the hitter. So the zone a little bit tight in that direction as Salmons takes 4 straight balls from Jack Otis. A couple of close takes thrown in there. Salmons will check out, just as Jake Murda did in the first inning for St. Francis. We'll get a courtesy runner, and it's Zachary Norwine over at first doing the running for Salmons. The batter is Moreta. He takes strike 1. Frankie Moreta is the first baseman for Calumet College of St. Joseph, a senior from Burbank, Illinois, one of those guys I just mentioned from the Chicagoland area. He grounds it to first base, grabbed by Maliska, who throws to second for the force. They try to turn 2, and they do. 3-6-1, the double play. And Jack Otis pitches around the leadoff walk to get 2 outs. Nice defensive play by Otis getting over to cover first base. Never an easy one to turn on a ball that's hit to the pitcher coming off the bag. Maliska was moving towards second base as he fielded that one, so there was no chance of him getting back to first base. It was up to Otis to get over on time. He did. Again, 3-6-1 is the turn for 2 outs in the inning. Here's Kenning taking strike 1. Rowan Kenning, another freshman starting for Calumet. Hitting .071 so far this year. He's 1 of 14 at the plate. So he takes a ball low and away to even the count at 1. Righty versus righty. Kenning fouls it back off the umpire. He falls behind in the count 1-2. Otis continues to get ahead of everybody. He had the 1 walk earlier this inning. Came after an 0-2 start to that at bat. So he's been pitching from ahead all afternoon so far, albeit only 7 batters into the game. Looking to put away Kenning for his 4th strikeout of the game. His 1-2 pitch. Hit high in the air out to left field. Well hit. Hayden Host goes back on it. Host to the warning track, and he can't catch up with it. That ball hits about halfway up on the wall. And Rowan Kenning pulls up at second base with a 2-out double. That ball was absolutely crushed by the freshman, who has his 2nd hit of the year. First extra base hit of his college career. And that really makes the double play stand out, because that would have almost certainly meant to run if Kenning had hit it with a man on. But the Saints were able to turn 2, keep runners off the base paths, so Kenning's double, for the moment at least, is not terribly costly. As Kubacki stands in, bloops one down the left field line. That falls in for a base hit. Kenning around third base. He'll try to score. He makes it in standing up, and as the throw comes in down the third base line, Kubacki wisely moves into second base. Calumet is on the board with a light 2-out rally. 2 outs, nobody on, back-to-back hits, a double for Kenning, a base hit for Kubacki, and it's a 2-run game for Trevor Kubacki, RBI number 4 this year. For Rowan Kenning, runs scored number 2. Here's Kalmbacher, number 9 batter and center fielder. First pitch strike. Mark Kalmbacher gets his first at bat of the game. He's 2 for 5 so far this year, making just his third start of the season. He swings a little bit out in front of an off-speed pitch from Otis, and the count is 0-2. A lot of offense early in this one. 4 runs scored between the first 2 innings. 0-2 on Kalmbacher. Ball 1 outside. We're now 1 full rotation through the lineup. Otis has continued to get ahead of everybody. He's thrown a first pitch strike to all 9 batters. Mixed results of late, though. That's popped up behind home plate and out of play. Lands in the seats and keeps the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. This still has the potential to turn into a multi-run inning for Calumet. Kubaki is over at second base. And a hit from Kalmbacher could make it a 1-run ball game. Popped foul and out of play. He keeps the at-bat alive again. Kalmbacher is a sophomore out of Portage, Indiana. Two hits this year, both been singles. One of those would be good enough to get a run in here. Instead, he takes a slow breaking ball over the inside corner for strike 3. 4th strikeout for Otis, first one he's gotten looking. And Calumet will have to settle for just the 1 run in the second inning. 2 hits, 1 runner left on base to the bottom of the second. It's 3-1 St. Francis. It's the bottom of the second inning. Calumet has been able to take a little momentum away from the Fighting Saints by scoring a run in the top half of the second inning. But that momentum, should it continue, is reliant on Jake Biederstadt's ability to throw strikes here in the second, something he struggled with in the first inning as he misses for ball 1 on Mitchell Thomas. Mitch Thomas this year is hitting .235. 1 home run, 5 RBIs, the .357 on base percentage. He fouls it away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tough start for Biederstadt in the first inning. He did recover nicely after the first 4 batters all reached against him. He got 3 of the next 4 men out. Ground ball, a strikeout, and then another ground out after a single. Thomas takes ball 2. And in fact, the damage in that first inning really could have been minimal, except that one of those ground outs I mentioned could have been a double play. They weren't able to turn it thanks to a wild throw to first base. 2-1 is ripped out to right field, a base hit just under the glove of Frankie Moreta. Thomas is going to try for 2. Here comes the throw. It's not in time. Good hustle double for Mitch Thomas. And the leadoff man reaches for the Fighting Saints, their 4th hit of the game already. Their first to have gone for extra bases. And the leadoff man reaches for the 2nd straight frame. Thomas hit that one hard. It was off the line, and it was playable for Frankie Moreta if he had gotten his glove down quickly enough, but it was hit hard enough that Moreta was not able to get his glove down. And as a result, Thomas was able to reach base, and then just pure speed got him from 1st to 2nd. That's a single for most guys, I think. Nate Meliska takes strike 1. Speed and aggressiveness. I won't say it was pure speed. If he had let up at all there, he would have had to settle for a single. Meliska skies it into left field. It's deep, but it appears to be playable as Kubacki backs up and makes the catch. Thomas tags from 2nd and heads to 3rd base. So more good base running from Mitchell Thomas and a productive out from Meliska as he flies to left, moves the runner up 90 feet, and there's a man at 3rd with 1 away in front of Max Montgomery.
Now batting the 2nd baseman, number 1, Max Montgomery.
Montgomery was hit by a pitch his first time up. This time he takes ball 1. Not looking for another hit by pitch here for a lot of reasons. I don't think anybody's ever looking for that. But he'd like a base hit to score this runner from 3rd. Bouncing ball down the 1st base line is strike 1. Or just put the ball in play. The infield is back for Calumet. So a ground out would score this run most likely. A fly ball would do the same thing. Montgomery wants a hit, but the most important thing is getting this runner in. Ball low and away. He nearly got the runner in right there without having to swing the bat. It did roll away from Dakota Sammons, but Sammons was able to track it down without allowing Thomas to score. For as aggressive as Thomas has been with his base running this inning, he may have had an opportunity there if he had taken off right away. Decided to play it cautiously. Reached out and knocked foul by Montgomery. Extended outside a little bit. And he has strike 2 to show for it. Big at bat for Biederstadt. With that runner at 3rd base, if he can get to 2 outs, he'll feel good about his chances of getting out of the inning. But he misses outside on Montgomery, and the count goes full. Hayden Host is on deck. If we get another base runner here this inning, Jake Murda will hit as well. Top of the order for St. Francis. Already up by 2. Ball 4 low and outside. Montgomery is aboard for the 2nd time today. And they are at the corners. So the good news for Biederstadt is the double plays in order now. Bad news is he's got to contend with an extra base runner. Down by 2. We're still very early here, but the Saints are trying to create a big early lead. Runner on the move from 1st base and no throw down to 2nd as Host takes ball 1. Stolen base for Montgomery. 1-0 count with 1 out here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Host can break it open with nothing more than a single. Ball in the dirt. This time it gets all the way away from Sammons to the backstop, and Thomas easily comes in to score. It's 4-1. First wild pitch of the day, first wild pitch of the season for Jake Biederstadt. Montgomery advanced to 3rd base on the play, so on the span of just 2 pitches, he went all the way from 1st to 3rd without a ball being put in play. 2-0 on Host. He flies it into shallow left field down the line. Long run in Kubacki into foul territory, and he can't reach it as it does drop foul just a few feet wide of the line. It ends up going as strike 1 on Host. Still ahead in the count, though. 2 balls, 1 strike. With a runner at 3rd base and 1 out. Trevor Kubacki is shaken up down the left field line. He chased that ball into the area where the bullpen is located. I don't think he stepped on the mound. He was near it. When the ball was hit, it landed in front of the bullpen, or I guess in the bullpen, but in front of where the pitcher's mound is. Kubacki was going after it hard, and he never quite reached it as it landed foul by just a couple of feet. And as he raced in, he may have stepped over that pitcher's mound. And that's never comfortable, the change in slope. So he's been down on the ground ever since. And the training staff is out there taking a look at him. 4-1 is our score. St. Francis is on top. 4 hits for the Fighting Saints so far. Also taking big advantage of Biederstadt's wildness. Biederstadt through the first inning and a third has issued 2 walks, 1 hit by pitch, and 1 costly wild pitch. It's a 2-1 count on Hayden Host when we're ready to continue. Host, with a runner at third base and less than 2 outs, hit a fly ball into left field. It wasn't very deep, but it looked like it may have been deep enough to get Montgomery in if the ball had been caught on a sacrifice fly. It ended up drifting into foul territory. Trevor Kubacki went on a hard chase after it, and at the end of the play, he wound up on the ground. And I think that he took an awkward step over the pitcher's mound down in the bullpen, and that's what led to him losing his footing, falling to the ground, and needing the assistance that he needs right now. He was back up and walking, not cleanly a moment ago, but he was moving under his own strength. A little bit of a limp to his gait, but now he's back down, sitting on the pitcher's mound. And I think he might be done. Zachary Norwine has grabbed a glove. He just started to head out to left field before turning around and going back to the dugout. I think he was called back by one of his coaches. So it looks like Norwine's going to come in, but it may be that they're just holding off right now until Kubacki is ready to get up and get off the field. Norwine is heading out there, so that'll be Norwine in left field going forward in place of Kubacki. And we'll be able to resume when Kubacki's able to get off the field. Like I said, he was up and walking around a minute ago. Didn't look very comfortable doing so, but he was doing it. And after a moment of that, he went back to sitting on the top of the mound and being examined by the trainer. It was actually Norwine's second appearance in the game already. He was a courtesy runner last inning. I think we're going to play. They continue to examine Kubacki down to the bullpen, but he's got a protector down there. Anthony Mangano is standing in front of him. And now the umpires say, no, he won't play yet. I was wondering, you don't usually see that happen, but he's sitting in the bullpen. You have games all the time with people in the bullpen. In fact, that's what they're there for. So usually they're people who are not injured and can move for themselves out of the way. Although in the case of the catchers who are catching those bullpen sessions, their back is to the playing field. So it's not necessarily the safest thing. Kubacki goes back to sit on one of the bullpen benches, and now we're ready to continue. 2-1 on Host, and Biederstadt misses outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. 1 run is in this inning as Thomas doubled, moved to third on a flyout, and scored on a wild pitch. 1 hopper past the second baseman, Liriano, and into right field. That's a base hit for Hayden Host. Montgomery scores to make it 5-1. So after play is resumed following the long delay, the Saints get right back to it offensively. Hayden Host has his 4th RBI of the season. He's on base for the 2nd time today. Here's Jake Murda. Murda is 1 for 1, an RBI infield single his first time up. He takes a strike. The runner goes from first. The throw to second is in time. Hayden Host is out number 2. First stolen base attempt of the season for Host. And it doesn't go his way as Dakota Salmons guns him down at second base. And now it's 0-1 on Murda as Biederstadt tries to get out of the inning with just one more out. Ball 1 on Murda to even the count. Murda came up with the bases loaded his first time up. Hit a hard ground ball up the middle. It ended up kicking off the pitcher's mound before ricocheting to an infielder, so he got a run in on that. Strike called over the inside corner, 1-2. Not an RBI chance this time unless he hits a home run. That's not likely. The Saints as a team this season have hit just 3 of them. High bouncer up the middle. Liriano ranges to his right, backhands. Off balance throw to first is just in time to beat Murda and retire the side. 2-run score for St. Francis on 2 hits. Nobody left on base. We'll go to the third, 5-1. The home team's on top.
And no runners were left on base.
After 2 innings, our score is 5-1 in favor of St. Francis. Jack Otis is off to a good start on the mound, and with this 4-run cushion, he knows he doesn't have to be perfect going forward as he faces the top of the order for the second time and misses outside for ball 1. Not that he ever would have had to have been perfect, but it's a little bit more comfortable being out there with a 4-run lead. He struck out Lazaro Liriano the first time he faced him. Second at bat of the game for Liriano. He takes high for ball 2. First time through the batting order, Otis started every hitter off with strike 1. Second time through the order, it's 2-0 on the leadoff man Liriano. Strike over the outside corner here, 2-1. 4 base runners through 2 innings for CCSJ, so they've had a little bit of offensive success, but just 1 run is scored. It came with a 2-out rally in the second inning. Strike 2 to even the count. 2 outs, nobody on base last inning. Rowan Kenning hit a double, and then Trevor Kubacki hit a single. That's how they got their run. Strike 3 called over the outside corner. Liriano goes down looking this time. Second time he has struck out today. He doesn't like the call. He didn't swing the bat on any of the 5 pitches he saw there. Whether or not there was some extra room given to the outside corner there. Essentially 3 pitches in the same spot. He never adjusted. Mangano takes ball 1. He singled his first time up. I mentioned 4 base runners. They've had 3 hits plus a walk. But Otis has now struck out 5 batters through just 2 1/3 innings. That's smoked down the left field line. Another hit for Mangano. It rolls all the way into the corner. Mangano heads to second base. He's easily got himself a double. One out base hit for Calumet. Their fourth hit, second for extra bases in this game. And they've got a man in scoring position with one down. We'll bring up Jalen Rutherford.
Now batting the right fielder, number 30, Jalen Rutherford.
Rutherford struck out swinging in the first. All 3 outs in the first inning were recorded on strikes by Otis. Strike one called. Otis has 5 strikeouts today. Coming into this one, he had 10 strikeouts and 13 innings pitched. So he was the team leader in that category, and he's only getting better. Ground ball right side and out of the reach of the diving Max Montgomery into right center. A base hit for Rutherford. Mangano comes in to score, and that makes it 5-2. So similar to how they got their run in the second inning, back-to-back hits, they come in quick succession. Rutherford has an RBI on his first hit of the game. It's his 5th run batted in this season. That ties him with Lazaro Liriano for the team lead. Here's Christian Martinez. Strike one called. Martinez is another guy who struck out swinging his first time up. First 3 strikeouts for Otis were all swinging. The last 2 have been looking. In the dirt and away from Murta. The ball goes all the way to the backstop. And Rutherford moves up to second base on the wild pitch. The count is even on Martinez, 1-1. That could be big. Takes the double play out of order, and that's got to be frustrating for Otis considering how well he's been able to get ground balls off the bats of Crimson Wave hitters. 1-1 is taken for a strike. It's 1-2. He's already turned 1 double play. That came in the second inning. But almost every ball has been hit on the ground, whether it's turned into an out or a hit. 1-2 is hit on the ground right to the shortstop. Ethan Fleming throws over to first and gets the out. 2 away. And obviously you can't assume that the ball would have been hit in the exact same place if it hadn't been for that wild pitch. You never know what would have happened, but that would have been a tailor-made double play if there had been a man at first base. Instead, with a runner at second, Fleming's only opportunity to get an out was at first base. It was hit just in front of Jalen Rutherford, though, so he decided not to try for third. He quickly dove back to second base. So he's still there with 2 outs now. First pitch to the catcher, Dakota Sammons, is taken for ball 1. Sammons has been patient. He took 4 straight balls in order to draw a walk his first time up. Strike called, 1-1. One run is in this inning. There's a runner at second base, 2 outs. We're in the top of the third. And Otis is set for the 1-1. High pop up, shallow right field. Munson comes in. He's called off by the second baseman Montgomery, who chases it back into shallow right to make the catch. Crimson Wave will have to settle for 1 on back-to-back 1-out hits. They leave a man at second base. To the bottom of the third, our score is 5-2, St. Francis.
And 1 runner was left on base.
It's 5-2 St. Francis in the bottom of the third inning. I was talking about it coming into the top of the third, that Jack Otis has a nice little cushion. Gives him a little room for error. Doesn't have to worry about perfection. And sure enough, gave up a couple of big hits and a run last inning, and it barely seemed to faze him as he was able to get through the rest of the third, and his team still has a 3-run lead. Ryan Louthan takes ball one to lead off the bottom of the frame. Louthan is 0 for 1 with an RBI as he takes a ball inside, 2-0. Brought home a run on a fielder's choice groundout back in the first inning. This time he's trying to set the table for the bottom half of the order. 2-0 pitch. Outside ball 3. It has been a real challenge for Jake Biederstadt today to throw strikes. There haven't been a lot of them. 2 walks, a hit by pitch, a wild pitch, and now a 3-1 count on Ryan Louthan as he takes a strike. Louthan, Graves, and Fleming are the scheduled batters this inning. Ground ball to the right side of the infield, picked up by Lazaro Liriano. He throws over to first to retire Louthan. Nice bounce back by Biederstadt after falling behind 3-0. He comes back to get him on a ground out. And for the first time in this game, the leadoff man is retired by Biederstadt. Here's Brian Graves. Graves struck out swinging in the first inning. It's the only strikeout of the game so far for Biederstadt, who falls behind Graves this time, 1-0. Swing and a miss. Count is even. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, nobody on. Biederstadt trying to retire his 3rd in a row. He has not been particularly crisp today, but he has bounced back nicely after a disastrous start. Those first 4 batters were a real problem for him, and from that point on, he's been a lot cleaner. Fouled back. Still 1-2, or it becomes 1-2 now. I say he's been a lot cleaner. Yeah, he did still give up a run in the second inning. Gave one up with 2 outs in the first as well. But at least he's been in the battle. He misses outside, 2-2. Just a few batters into the game, it felt like he wasn't going to throw any strikes. They'd have to find somebody out of the bullpen, but he has settled in. He hasn't been perfect, but he hasn't been bad either as he gets Graves to strike out swinging. Second time he has struck out Graves today, 2nd strikeout of the game overall. That brings up Ethan Fleming. Fleming is 1 for 1. Brought home a run with a 2-out RBI single in the first. He takes strike 1. It's already the first time that Biederstadt has retired the leadoff batter of an inning. Obviously the first time he's retired the first 2 batters of an inning. Now it's his chance for his first 1-2-3 inning as he sails one to the backstop on Fleming, 1-1. The 3 batters in a row that he's retired is a game high for him. He's gotten better as this one has gone on. There's a tapper past the pitcher's mound. Liriano gloves it behind the mound and throws over to first to get the out. It is a 1-2-3 inning, not just the first for Biederstadt, but the first perfect inning for either side in today's game. We go to the 4th. It's 5-2 Fighting Saints.
Reminder fans looking for the bathroom facilities here at Slammer Stadium. You will go to the right side on the corridor level and the service elevator, the beige elevator on the right side. Take that down, and when you get off the elevator, make a left, and the bathroom is located about 50 yards away from the elevator. Again, take the service elevator down on the side to the main level and then over to the left for the bathroom facilities. Thank you.
Into the fourth inning, after a rocky start, Calumet has pulled their way back into the game. They trail 5-2, but their pitcher, Jake Biederstadt, just threw a perfect inning. And now they'll try to follow that up with some offense in the fourth. Frankie Moreta leads things off and takes strike one from Otis. That's been one area where these two starting pitchers today have been polar opposites. Otis is getting ahead of just about everybody. His counterpart Biederstadt is falling behind just about everybody. Bounding ball foul to the right side. Strike two on Moreta. Another good pitcher's count here. He's got 5 strikeouts already in the game. Looking for number 6 on the 0-2 pitch to Moreta. He misses high and away instead, 1-2. Frankie Moreta grounded into a double play his first time up. He's hitting .294 on the season. 1 RBI. Swing and a miss. He foul tipped it into the catcher's glove. Strike 3, 1 away. Way out in front of the off-speed pitch from Jack Otis. And with 1 out in the fourth inning, the batter is Rowan Kenning. Kenning had one of the big hits his last time up, a double in the second inning. Plunked it off the outfield wall as he takes ball 1. Just the second hit of the year for Kenning, who had been 1 of 14 coming into play today. Tapper foul. It's 1-1. Kenning came up with 2 outs and nobody on last time, just as he's doing now. 2 outs, nobody on. As a pitcher or a fan of the pitching team, you generally feel pretty good about where you are and your chances of not allowing a run that inning. Bouncing ball to the shortstop. Tough play for a charging Fleming. He can't make it. Just a difficult ball. One that was hit too softly for Fleming to make it cleanly. He had to barehand it before firing over to first base, and he wasn't able to play it. So Kenning is aboard. And the batter is Zachary Norwine. Norwine came in as defensive replacement for Trevor Kubacki last inning when Kubacki had to leave with an injury. He takes ball 1. So this is his first at bat of the day. He was on the base paths at one point. The first time he's gotten a chance to hit. He's just 1 for 15 this year. Ball high. He's ahead in the count. 2-0. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, that he hasn't had a great batting average. Rowan Kenning was just 1 of 14 coming into play today. He's been on base twice. That last one was ruled an error. Strike called, 2-1. So he's not 2 for 2, but he is 2 for 2 in terms of getting on base. Two-1 to Norwine is swung on and missed. 2-2. Otis already has at least 1 strikeout in every inning. 6 total through 3 1/3. Looking to add 1 more. 2-2. Misses high, ball 3. Runner at first base, 1 out. Norwine is batting in the spot that was previously held by Trevor Kubacki, who had the first RBI hit for Calumet. Struck him out swinging. Second strikeout of the inning for Otis. 7th of the game, and Norwine becomes his latest strikeout victim. 6 different players have gone down on strikes so far. Here's Mark Kalmbacher. Strike 1 over the inside corner. Kalmbacher struck out looking his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Check swing on a ball up and in. He was able to hold himself up. It's 1-1. Mark Kalmbacher is 5'9", 180 pounds, an outfielder. He takes a strike. It's 1-2. Just the 3rd game he has started this year for Calumet, but when he's been out there, he's been good. Breaking ball misses for a ball. Would have ended the inning if he could have gotten that call. Instead, it's now 2-2. Liriano waits on deck if Kalmbacher can get to him. Ball outside, 3-2. He's 1 step closer to getting to him. Tough inning so far for Otis, but he is still just 1 out away from wrapping it up with no run scoring. They've scored in back-to-back frames so far. Runner on the move. The pitch is taken for strike 3 over the inside corner with 2 outs and the count full. Otis is able to sit down Kalmbacher. Second time he has struck out looking today. We've reached the halfway point here in game 1 of our doubleheader. Our score is 5-2, St. Francis.
Leading off for the Fighting Saints, the right fielder, number 6.
8-9-1 due up for St. Francis in this 4th inning. Noah Munson leads things off with his team on top 5-2. First pitch to Munson is swung on and grounded over to first base. Easy play for Frankie Moreta, who steps on the bag for the first out. Jake Biederstadt has settled into a nice little routine here. Getting a lot of ground balls lately. He's retired 5 consecutive batters. 4 on groundouts to the right side and 1 on a strikeout. And now it's Mitch Thomas, the number 9 hitter and center fielder, coming up for the Fighting Saints. Saints scored 3 in the first, 2 in the second, and they've quieted down since then as Thomas takes ball 1 high. But they still have that 5-2 lead, and it's getting to that part of the game where a 3-run lead looms large. Calumet has just 9 outs to play with. Ball outside, 2-0. 7 innings because it's game 1 of a doubleheader. Game 2 will be a 9-inning affair. Same deal tomorrow when the two teams meet up in Indiana. Ball 3 outside from Biederstadt. He's still throwing more balls than strikes in this game, so even with his recent resurgence, he has not thrown strikes consistently throughout this one. Ball 4 outside. Thomas is aboard for the second time today. Doubled his last time. This time it's a walk. He'll take it. Good speed aboard for the Fighting Saints with 1 out. It snaps a string of 5 straight retired. Third walk, not including the hit by pitch, issued by the freshman Biederstadt. Back to the very dangerous top of the order in Nate Maliska. Maliska is 1 for 2 with a single and a run. On the move, the pitch is a ball outside. Throw to second is not in time to catch Thomas. It's a stolen base. Runner in scoring position now for the Fighting Saints with only 1 out. For Mitchell Thomas, that's the second stolen base this year in as many attempts. The Fighting Saints had only attempted 7 steals in 12 games this season coming into today. Called strike on Maliska. It's 1-1. They've been going a lot more frequently today. That stolen base for Thomas was the team's 3rd steal of the day, and that doesn't include all the times they took off on balls that ended up being hit. That's grounded off the glove of the third baseman, Rowan Kenning, and into left field. And Thomas comes all the way around to score from second base, so the stolen base proves big as Maliska brings him home and makes it 6-2 St. Francis. Nate Maliska all the way into second base. Here's Max Montgomery. That hit for Maliska is his second of the day. Drives in his 4th run of the year. Ball low on Max Montgomery. He has not been retired yet. Hasn't had to swing the bat yet either. Hit by a pitch, walked, stole a base, and scored 2 runs in the first 2 innings. The 1-0 misses for ball 2. Host is on deck as the Saints try to pile up a big lead. Ball inside, 3-0. Biederstadt's having a tough time this inning throwing strikes. He got the leadoff man on the first pitch. Since then, though, a walk, a steal, a double off the glove of the third baseman, and now another 4-pitch walk. Not just his second walk issued this inning, it is his second 4-pitch walk issued this inning. The Fighting Saints have runners at first and second with only 1 out for Hayden Host. Host is perfect today. Walked and scored in the first. Drove in a run with an RBI single in the second inning. He takes a breaking ball outside, 1-0. Nobody throwing in the bullpen right now for Calumet. But Biederstadt has followed up that run of 5 straight batters retired with a lot of wildness. There's a called strike, 1-1. Prior to that, 10 of the previous 11 pitches had been balls. 10 of the previous 12 pitches, rather. One of the 2 strikes was that double from Maliska. Low and inside, 2-1 on Host. Jake Murda's already got an RBI today. He's on deck. 6-2. St. Francis has a pretty healthy lead here in the top of the 4th inning. Ground ball to the right and out of the reach of Liriano. A base hit for Host. Here comes Maliska around third base. He scores. The throw goes to third, and it's wild. That allows Montgomery to score. It also allows Host to move up to second base. 2 runs come in on the play, and the Fighting Saints lead is up to 8-2. For Host, I assume that would go as an RBI single. He moved to second, and Montgomery scored on the throwing error. So that error not only allowed a run to score, it also eliminated the possibility of the standard double play. So now Murda bats with a man at second base. Still just 1 out. Murda is nearly hitting the head on the first pitch. A breaking ball from Biederstadt. It's 1-0. Six-run lead for St. Francis. Bouncing ball down the third base line. It's foul, 1-1. Biederstadt seemed to have settled in after a shaky start. He retired 5 consecutive batters, but has immediately followed that by seeing 4 consecutive men reach base. Walk, double, walk, single. That's the run that the Fighting Saints are currently on. Ball low and away, 2-1. And with that streak going, Calumet gets their bullpen going for the first time. Charles Strock, their junior from this area, is the man loosening up. Ground ball to the shortstop, played routinely by Nick Mangano, who throws across the diamond for the out. Host advanced to third on the play, but a huge second out slows the Saints' momentum down a little bit. Brings up Ryan Louthan.
Now batting the third baseman, number 13, Ryan Louthan.
Ryan Louthan is 0 for 2. He's grounded out twice. Picked up an RBI on one of those 2 grounders. He takes a strike to begin this 4th inning at bat. Runner at third base, 2 outs. 3 runs are in for St. Francis. It's their 3rd multi-run inning of the game. Ball low and outside, 1-1. Saints have, by and large, taken advantage of their base runners. They've only stranded 2 guys through 3 innings. Scored these 8 runs. There's a fly ball into deep left. Norwine backs up and makes the grab. So the inning comes to a close. This time they do leave a man at third base. Hayden Host is stranded over there, but 3 runs scored first. Productive inning for St. Francis. So we head to the 5th. It's 8-2 Fighting Saints.
number 13, Lazaro Liriano.
Top of the order for Calumet in the bottom of the fourth inning, or sorry, the top of the fifth inning. Laz Liriano takes ball one. Liriano is 0 for 2 today. He has struck out twice, once looking, once swinging. It's been a big strikeout day for Jack Otis. He pumps one in right there, 1-1. He has struck out the side twice. He's got at least one in every inning. 8 strikeouts through 4 frames. Here's 1-1 to Liriano. Is wrapped on the ground left side, picked up on a couple of bounces by the third baseman Lauthen. His throw across the diamonds in plenty of time. 1 away. Strikeouts and groundouts. That's about all we've seen. The only out that has been recorded in the air was a pop-up to the second baseman that ended the third. That was hit by Dakota Salmons. Other than that, all the outs have been either on strikes or on the ground. Mangano swings at the first pitch. He hits it in the air and lines it sharply into left field, dropping the ball in front of Hayden Host for a 1-out single. Mangano stays perfect. He's 3 for 3 today. 2 singles and a double. For as effective as Otis has been, he doesn't have a 1-2-3 inning. He'll have to pitch around another base runner here. Calumet has stranded 4 base runners through 4 innings, 1 in each frame. Swing and a miss. 0-1 on Jalen Rutherford. They've also hit into 1 double play. So they've had their chances. They've had a lot of guys reach. Ball away, 1-1. Next pitch from Otis is popped up foul and out of play to the left side. Goes to 1-2. Jalen Rutherford had an RBI single his last time up. Struck out swinging back in the first. He's 1 for 2 in the game. Downstairs, 2-2. Foul ball hit by Rutherford. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Christian Martinez waits on deck as Calumet tries to cut into this lead that St. Francis has built up. They've done it a few times already. Saints took an early lead with 3 runs in the first inning. Rutherford lines it up the middle, out of the reach of a diving Max Montgomery. That would have been a heck of a play by Montgomery if he had been able to make it. Instead, it's a single for Rutherford. Mangano advances to second base, 2 on with only 1 out. That ball was hit hard. It would have been a very difficult play, but because Montgomery was positioned in double play depth, a little bit closer to second base, he did have a chance to make the play. And if he had been able to make that great dive and grab, there's a good chance it would have turned into a double play. Instead, it's a single for Rutherford. 2 on, 1 away. Martinez is the batter. 6 hits now for Calumet. They've been swinging the bats well. Another hard hit, but this time right to the shortstop Fleming. Flips to second for 1, over to first. An easy double play. Tough break for Martinez. Squared it up, but hit it right at the wrong guy. An easy 6-4-3 twin killing to wrap up the 5th. We will head to the bottom of the frame. Still 8-2, St. Francis.
On 2 hits, there were no errors, and 1 runner was left on base.
Bottom 5, 8-2. St. Francis has the lead. They'll face a new pitcher for the first time after 4 innings worked by Jake Biederstadt. It's Charles Strock facing Brian Graves, and Graves hits the first pitch foul for strike 1. Charles Strock, 5'10" tall right-hander. He's a junior from right around here. Attended high school at Joliet Catholic Academy down the road. Ball outside, 1-1. Strock this season has appeared in 2 other games. He's thrown 6 1/3 innings. Graves nubs it to the left side. Tough play for the charging third baseman. Kenning will not make a throw over to first. It's an infield hit for Brian Graves. First time he's been on base today. And the leadoff man reaches for the Fighting Saints for the 3rd time today.
Now batting the shortstop, number 4.
Rest of those numbers on Strock. In 6 1/3 innings, he's allowed 4 runs on 7, now 8 hits. 4 strikeouts, 3 walks for him this year. He faces Ethan Fleming, and Fleming swings at the first pitch, fouling it off the screen on the right side of the field, strike 1. Ethan Fleming is 1 for 2 today. Drove in a run on a first inning single. Grounded out his last time up. He grounds this up the middle, ranging to his left. Mangano, the shortstop, makes the play, steps on second, and throws to first. Nicely done by Mangano. 2 outs recorded on 1 pitch. Strock has come in and not allowed either of the first 2 batters to get it out of the infield. We'll see if he can have a clean 5th inning here, going up against Noah Munson. First one to Munson, misses low for ball 1. Biederstadt had 1 perfect inning. That was in the 3rd. This wouldn't be a perfect inning, of course, but it would be the second scoreless inning of the game if Strock could get it. Strike called, 1-1. It would be the second scoreless inning after the Saints scored 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 3 in the 4th. Ball 2, 2-1. Biederstadt ended up going 4 innings for Calumet today. He allowed 8 runs. Ground ball over to the second baseman. Easy play for Liriano, but nobody covers first base. Nobody was covering first base, and so Munson reaches first base on a botched play by Calumet. This is as routine as they come for Laz Liriano. He came up with it, looked to first, and then just shrugged his shoulders. Where is everybody? Strock was not able to get over there fast enough. He should have been able to get off the mound a little bit cleaner, but that was it right to the second baseman, so I don't think there's any real reason for Moradia to be off the bag, but it doesn't matter, as the next pitch is grounded right back to the second baseman, Liriano. This time he flips over to the shortstop covering second and ends the inning on the fielder's choice. So the misplay results in just 1 extra pitch, and St. Francis is out in the 5th. We'll go to inning number 6 here in Joliet. Our score is USF 8, Calumet 2.
In the inning for the Fighting Saints, no runs on 2 hits. There were no errors, and 1 runner was left on base.
8-2 our score. St. Francis has led this one since the beginning. They scored 3 in the first and have not looked back. But Calumet was able to put a 0 on the board in the bottom of the 5th and now try to bounce back with a few runs in the 6th inning. As Salmons takes strike 1 from Jack Otis. Dakota Salmons, the catcher, is batting for the 3rd time today. He taps it back to the mound. Easy play by Otis. He tosses over to first. 1 up, 1 down in the 6th. Jack Otis has retired the leadoff batter in 5 out of 6 innings today, which has helped him pitch around a number of base runners. He doesn't have a 1-2-3 inning. Calumet's gotten 6 hits, but they've left a man on base every inning. Never more than 1, but always exactly 1. Here's Moreira. He takes strike 1. Frankie Moreira is 0 for 2 today. Grounded into a double play in the 2nd. Struck out swinging in the 4th. He fouls this back off the screen. 0-2. The biggest difference in this game is that Otis has been throwing strikes. His counterpart Bieterstadt really wasn't. And those extra walks and hit by pitches and wild pitches benefited quite a bit as Moreira smacks it into right field. A base hit. He stumbles as he reaches first base. He'll have to settle for a single. I don't know if he would have had a chance to go for 2 anyway. It probably would have been a mighty big risk. But it was taken out of his hands when he slipped. The turf might be a little bit slippery still. It rained for a good portion of the morning, cleared up just before game time today. So we have not had a single raindrop while this game has been going on, but I'm guessing it's still a little slicker out there than it normally would be. Rowan Kenning digs in. Strike 1 called on him. So the trend continues, at least 1 base runner in every inning for Calumet. There's only been 1 inning in which they didn't have at least 1 hit. Moreira advances to second. A balk is called on Jack Otis. So take the strike off the board to Kenning. Runner at second now with only 1 out. There's a strike. So it is 0-1, but now with a runner at second base. And that's significant for Otis considering the number of ground balls he's gotten today. He has seen his defense turn 2 double plays behind him. He was part of one of them. That's not really in the picture right now as Kenning takes the ball outside. 1-1. Kenning has not been retired today. Doubled in the 2nd, reached on an error in the 4th. Strike called over the inside corner. 1-2. So that single from Moreira is the 7th hit of the game for Calumet. They've also had 1 man reach on an error, but Otis has only compounded his problems with a walk 1 time in the game. Tapped foul just behind home plate. Still 1-2. The Saints have 9 hits. So they're out hitting Calumet 9-7, but they've got the 6-run lead because they also took 4 walks plus a hit by pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 2 down. Otis did not strike out anybody in the 5th inning, which was the first time today that was the case. But he's got another K on the score sheet now. 9 strikeouts in the game for Otis. He's nearly doubled his season total. He had 10 of them in 13 innings coming into today. This is Jack Otis's 4th start of the season. Ball 1 outside on Zachary Norwine, the reserve outfielder who entered the game when Trevor Kubacki left with an injury back in the 3rd inning. Bottom of the 2nd, I guess, is when that happened. Kubacki had an RBI hit before he had to be removed. Ball high on Norwine. 2-0. Saints have somebody standing down in the bullpen but not throwing for the moment. Otis tries to get through a 6th inning. It would be his 4th scoreless if he can get this out. But it's inside 3-0 on Norwine. Calumet scored a run in the 2nd and 1 in the 3rd. Saints runs have come in the 1st, 2nd, and 4th innings. 3 in the 1st, 2 in the 2nd, 3 in the 4th. 3 balls, no strikes. Norwine takes one right down the pike, 3-1. If he can reach, the number 9 batter, Mark Kalmbacher, will bat next. Three-1 from Otis. Grounded over to third base. Louthan gathers, throws, and ends the inning. 5-3 on the putout. Calumet settles for a 1-out single. Nothing more as Moreta is stranded at second base. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Saints up big. It's 8-2.
In the inning for the Crimson Wave, no runs on 1 hit. There were no errors, and 1 runner was left on base. Leading off for the Fighting Saints, the first baseman, number 31, Nate Maliska.
Bottom 6. St. Francis leads by 6. Trying to add a few more insurance runs as Nate Maliska leads things off. Takes ball 1 from Charles Strock. Strock was efficient in the 5th inning. Threw just 10 pitches, pitched around a couple of singles, and threw a scoreless inning. Now his 2nd inning of work. Misses for ball 2 on Maliska. Nate Maliska is batting for the 4th time today. He's 2 for 3. Single, a double, an RBI, 2 runs scored. Been a productive day for Maliska. Bouncer down the first base line, foul, strike 1. Charles Strock has got his sunglasses on the mound, which is something you don't see very often from pitchers, particularly on a day like today where the sun isn't out. Line drive in a left center field for Maliska. That's a base hit, his 3rd hit of the ball game. Norwine quickly gets it back to the infield to hold Maliska to 1 base. He's 3 for 4. And the leadoff man reaches yet again for St. Francis. 4th time in 6 innings that's been the case. Here's Max Montgomery. Montgomery has not been retired today. In fact, he really hasn't even needed to take a bat to the plate with him as he takes a strike. He's walked twice and been hit by a pitch. Strike over the inside corner, and it looks like for the first time, Montgomery is going to be forced to protect here. 0-2 count. He swings and fouls it away. Still 0-2. Host is on deck. Maliska is the man at first base. The 0-2 pitch is bounced over to third. Gloved by Kenning. He throws it into right field. Maliska stops at second base. It is going to be an error on Kenning. And there are 2 men on with nobody out for St. Francis. That ball wasn't hit very hard by Montgomery, so I think they'd have had a very tough time turning 2. So I don't know that that was really on the table, but they should have gotten 1 out on the play, and they weren't able to do so as Kenning made a wild throw over to second. This one could be 2. A grounder to second base. Liriano flips it over to the shortstop for 1. The relay throw from Mangano is in time. Hayden Host grounds out 4-6-3. And now there are 2 outs. Meliska up to third base on the play. That'll bring up Jake Murda. Strock has done a nice job picking up his defense, and his defense, I guess, has done a good job picking up themselves as well. They've had a misplay each of the last 2 innings, and in both cases, just 1 pitch later, that misplay was erased. Ball inside, 1-0 on Jake Murda. Saints do still have that insurance runner over at third base, so they look to take a 7-run lead. Murda takes a strike. 1 for 3 today. Had an RBI single in the first. Since then, he's grounded out twice. One. Ball 2. In the 7th inning, Kalmbacher, Liriano, and Mangano. 9-1 and 2 hitters are due up. Quinn McGuire is throwing in the USF bullpen. That ball is hit out to deep left field to the warning track. It's at the wall. Norwine leaps up and can't pull it back in. That's a 2-run homer for Jake Murda. And the Saints' lead just continues to grow. Murda goes deep for the first time this year. RBIs number 2 and 3 today. 11 and 12 on the season. And this one is becoming a blowout now as St. Francis has scored 5 unanswered runs over the last 3 innings. 4th time today that the Saints have put a crooked number on the board. Here's Ryan Louthan. Louthan is 0 for 3 today, but he does have an RBI. Brought home a run on a fielder's choice back in the first. 1-0 pitch from Strock is roped down the first base line and just inside that line. A fair ball into the corner for Louthan. He said he heads to second base and makes it in standing up before Rutherford can return it to the infield. 3rd hit of the inning for St. Francis. It's a double for Louthan, his first hit today. And it keeps this 6th inning rolling for Brian Graves. Both runs this inning have been unearned because of the error on Kenning earlier in the frame. Graves lines it out to right field. That's a hit, his 2nd hit of the game. Louthan is held up at third base. And they're at the corners. 3 straight 2-out hits for St. Francis. Again, the runs are unearned because of the error earlier in the inning, even though the next batter grounded into a double play because of the extra base runner. That could have ended the inning. Ball on Ethan Fleming, 1-0. Fleming's 1 for 3 with an RBI single. He fouls it off, 1-1. Graves was moving from first base on that pitch. He'll have to go back over to first. St. Francis is 3 outs away from a Game 1 victory. Game 2 of this doubleheader set to begin about a half hour after this one ends, as that's flown high in the air into right field. Jalen Rutherford moves over to make the catch, and the side is retired. But 2 more runs for St. Francis on the 2-run homer for Jake Murda. They leave him at the corners as we head to the 7th. A big lead for the home team. 10-2 Saints.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Fighting Saints, number 9, Quinn McGuire.
Ten to 2 St. Francis into the 7th inning. Jack Otis went 6 strong frames for the Fighting Saints, and now to try to close it out is the 5th-year senior right-hander Quinn McGuire. On for the 5th time this year, McGuire has no record and a 7.88 ERA. His first pitch to Mark Kalmbacher is waved at for strike 1. McGuire has thrown 8 total innings this year. He's allowed 8 runs, 7 of them earned on 8 hits, with 3 strikeouts and 4 walks. He misses inside for a ball, 1-1. Otis went 6 innings, allowed 2 runs on 7 hits, 9 strikeouts. Just 1 walk for him today. Bouncer back to the mound, gloved on 1 hop by McGuire. He flips underhand over to first base, 1 away. So Otis is in line for the victory. It would be his 2nd of the season. Fighting Saints came into play today with a 3-9 overall record this year, so Otis would have fully half of the team's wins if this score stands. Laz Liriano bats for the 4th time. He's 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts. He takes ball 1. McGuire, the tall right-hander, works from the right side of the mound, and it's swung on by Liriano, grounded inside the third base line into shallow left field. Liriano took a hard turnaround first base, but he stays where he is. It's a 1-out single. The trend continues for Calumet. They get base runners every inning. It's been pretty straightforward in this game. The leadoff man is retired. Second batter of the inning reaches base. In 6 out of 7 innings, that's exactly how it's gone for Calumet. The only one that differed was the second inning, in which the first batter reached, and the second one grounded into a double play. Ball up and in on Mangano, 1-0. Nick Mangano today is 3 for 3. He takes upstairs from McGuire, 2-0. 2 singles, a double, and a run scored. Trying to keep his team alive. They need a huge rally here in the top of the 7th inning. So the Saints added a big 2 spot in the bottom of the 6th. Ball 3 on Mangano. Two runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for the Crimson Wave. 10-13-1 for the Fighting Saints. There's ball 4. 4-pitch walk issued by McGuire. Liriano advances to second base. 2 on with only 1 out. Just the second walk taken by Calumet in today's game. The batter is going to be Jalen Rutherford. Rutherford has singled twice.
Now batting the right
He's got an RBI.
Jalen Rutherford.
2 and 3 hitters, Mangano and Rutherford, have done quite a bit of the damage for Calumet today. After a meeting on the mound, a strike called on the first pitch from McGuire to Rutherford. Mangano and Rutherford have combined on 5 of the team's 7 hits, or 5 of the team's 8 hits, rather, now that Liriano has one as well. Ball in the dirt, 1-1. 5 of 7 coming into the inning. And the two of them have reached base a total of 6 times. One ball, one strike. Rutherford fouls it straight back. And it's 1-2. McGuire trying to put away Calumet's number 3 hitter. Rutherford hits it in the air out to left center. Looks to be playable for Hayden Host, who moves to his left to make the catch. Runner at second tags and heads to third, and he makes it in safely. If that ball had been caught cleanly by the shortstop, Ethan Fleming, he may have had a play on Liriano at third base. This is an unnecessary risk from Liriano down 8, trying to advance to second and third, but he likes the view better from third base, and it all worked out. He did make it in. But the Crimson Wave are down to their final out. Runners at the corners, 2 down, and Christian Martinez is the hitter. Martinez is 0 for 3, a strikeout and 2 groundouts. Pickoff throw to first, gets away from the first baseman, Nate Maliska, and that allows Liriano to come in to score. Mangano advances to second base on the play. So that'll be an error on McGuire. It will also be an unearned run against McGuire, at least for now. First pitch still to come to Christian Martinez. Ripped right to the third baseman, and the catch is made by Ryan Louthan. There's your ball game. Final score, St. Francis 10, Calumet 3. Crimson Wave get 1 in the 7th inning. But that's all they can muster as they leave a man on base for the 7th consecutive inning. Exactly 1 in every inning. St. Francis takes the opener of a doubleheader. Hey, my mistake. We're still playing. Why not? Another 2. 9 innings, game 1. Game 2 will be 7 innings. So my apologies for that, but we will play on into the bottom of the 7th as St. Francis will come to bat in just a moment. They lead it 10-3. So we continue into the bottom of the 7th inning. St. Francis leads it by 7 runs. Ball 1 outside on Noah Munson. Charles Strock still doing the pitching for Calumet. He's allowed 2 runs so far through his first 2 innings on the mound. Strike called, 1-1 on Munson. He's given up 6 hits through 2 innings. So Strock's been hit pretty hard this year in his 3 appearances. 13 hits allowed in 8 1/3 innings overall. but he's been able to pitch around a lot of them today, and both of the runs, in fact, that he's given up have been unearned. 2-1 on Munson. The next one is lined into left field. Norwine charges hard, but ends up having to play it on a hop. Peeled off at the last second when he realized he wasn't going to be able to make a play there. Munson is aboard on a leadoff single. He's 2 for 4. So the Saints still in good position in this game. Ahead by 7 runs, but they'll have to get another 6 outs on the mound still before we wrap this up. And then game 2 of today's doubleheader will run 7 innings. Mitchell Thomas takes ball 1 outside. Thomas is 1 for 2 today. He's doubled, walked, and scored twice. Ball low, 2-0. Up and away. 3-0 is the count on Thomas. Strock, despite giving up a lot of base runners, hasn't walked anybody yet in his 2+ innings. Strike called, 3-1. That's where all the problems came earlier in the game for Calumet, when their starter Jake Biederstadt had a big problem with walks. As Thomas swings and misses, the bat goes flying out of his hands and lands in the netting just next to the first base dugout. 3-2 is the count. Not that the Saints weren't hitting the ball early. They did have 7 hits in 4 innings off of Biederstadt, but the runs came primarily due to the fact that they got a lot of free base runners as well. Seven hits now in 2+ innings against Strock. 8 total base runners in his 2+ innings because of an error. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3. The runner goes, and the throw to second is in time. So despite all the hits, the defense of Calumet now backing up Strock. They've got 2 outs, and the base is empty on the strike him out, throw him out double play. That was looking ugly for a minute there. Munson was at first base with nobody out, a 3-0 count on Thomas. And it looked like the Saints were gearing up for maybe 2 base runners, no outs. And instead, 2 outs, bases empty as Meliska pops up the first pitch into foul territory. Catch is made by third baseman Rowan Kenning, moving to his right. And the side is very quickly retired. So after a promising start to the inning, Saints do not end up with any runs on the board. We'll head to the 8th. Our score is 10-3, St. Francis.
In the inning for the Fighting Saints, no runs on 1 hit. There were no errors, and no runs were left on base.
Top of the 8th, Calumet down to their final 6 outs, trailing 10-3. They'll send up their 6, 7, and 8 batters against Quinn McGuire, who's on for his 2nd inning of work. McGuire's first pitch misses for ball 1. Norwine, Moreta, and Kenning are the scheduled batters. Excuse me, Salmons, Moreta, and Kenning. Strike called, 1-1 on Dakota Salmons. Salmons is 0 for 2. He's grounded out and popped out. Walked back in his first at-bat of the game. He takes a ball inside, 2-1. Second inning out there for McGuire. He did allow a run in the 7th. It was unearned, thanks to his own error. 2-1 misses the outer edge. 3 balls and 1 strike on Salmons. Jack Otis started this one for the Fighting Saints, went 6 innings. Now it's McGuire, I would think, to close it out if he can. Strike called, 3-2. He's been a multi-inning guy in the past. 8 innings pitched and 4 appearances this year. So if he can get 9 outs, I think that Brian Mahalik will ask him to. But he misses inside on Salmons, and he walks the leadoff batter here in the 8th inning. Second walk issued by McGuire in an inning plus. First time since the 2nd inning that Calumet has gotten their leadoff man on base. And in that case, it was also Salmons on a walk. Courtesy runner at first base. Earlier in the game, it was Zachary Norwine who was the courtesy runner. Can't do that now because Norwine is in the game playing left field. So instead it'll be Kobe Shelton, the freshman from Hammond, Indiana, running over at first base. McGuire misses outside for ball 1 on Moreta. McGuire's fallen behind the first 2 batters of this inning, but he bounces back with strike 1 on Moreta, evening the count. Fly ball out to right field. Noah Munson backs up, pulls up a few steps in front of the warning track and makes the catch. First out recorded here in the 8th inning. Sends the courtesy runner Shelton back to first base. And the batter will be Rowan Kenning. Kenning's had a nice game today. Doubled back in the 2nd inning. Scored the first run of the game for Calumet. He's also reached on an error. 1 for 3 officially. He swings the first pitch here and launches it into right field. Well hit but playable for Munson, who backs up, moves to his right and makes the grab. 2 down in the 8th.
Now batting the left fielder, number 0, Zachary Norwine.
Shelton still over at first. Back-to-back flyouts to right field. And here is the aforementioned Zachary Norwine. Pinch runner earlier in the game, now playing in left field after the injury to Kubacki early in this one. He takes a strike. Since entering the game as a hitter, Norwine is 0 for 2. 1 for 17 so far on the season. Fouled back off the screen, 0-2. McGuire, after the leadoff walk, is now just 1 strike away from retiring 3 in a row. Missed high for a ball. Snap throw down to first from Jake Murda. Not able to get Shelton at first base. He dives back in safely. 1-2 count. McGuire still 1 strike away from ending the inning. Otis struck out 9 Crimson Wave hitters through 6 innings. McGuire looking for his first. Runner on the move. The pitch is in the dirt and it bounces away from Murda. That'll be a stolen base from Shelton. He was on the move with the pitch, so when it got away from Murda, there was no chance to make a play. Another man in scoring position for Calumet. 2-2 on Norwine. After he fell behind 0-2, he strikes out swinging. McGuire's got his first K, and it's a scoreless 8th inning. Again, Calumet leaves 1 runner as they're unable to capitalize off the leadoff walk. We go to the bottom of the 8th, 10-3 St. Francis.
Was left on base.
Bottom of the 8th, St. Francis on top by 7 runs. Max Montgomery will lead things off. 2, 3, and 4 to face Charles Strock, whose first pitch is knocked into right field. A fair ball and all the way down to the corner. Montgomery around first to second base, and he will put on the brakes at second. It's a leadoff double on the very first pitch of the 8th inning. Montgomery is on base for the 5th time today. He's walked twice, he's been hit by a pitch, he's reached on an error, and now he has doubled as well. That brings up Hayden Host. Host is 2 for 3 with a walk today. A couple of RBIs, a run scored, and he stands in the box here as he takes a wild pitch, allowing Montgomery to advance to third base. 1-0 count. And now a man just 90 feet away. Ten to 3 is our score. St. Francis scored 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 3 in the fourth, 2 in the 6th. Strock put a 0 on the board in the 7th inning, but he misses low here for ball 2 on Host. 3 innings in the game so far for Hosts. 0 in the 5th, a 0 in the 7th. Struggled in the 6th, allowing 4 hits in that inning. Liner into center field, a base hit for Host. Just out of the reach of the second baseman, Laz Liriano. Another RBI for Hayden Host, and it's 11 to 3. Three RBIs in the ball game now for Host on 3 hits. Saints have put 16 hits on the board. That'll do wonders for the old team batting average. It wasn't bad coming in at 270. It's going to be a lot higher after this one is over. Jake Murda digs in. He homered his last time up. Takes a ball high here. Murda is 2 for 4, 3 RBIs, and 1 run scored. Murda doesn't get the chance to score a lot. Ball low, 2-0. He's typically the catcher. When he's DHing, it's different, but when he's the catcher, he'll leave pretty much every time he reaches base for a courtesy runner. Ball low, 3-0. So if he wants to score runs, he's got to knock himself in, which he did today, hitting that home run. That was just his 3rd run scored this year, despite coming in with a .395 batting average, or on base percentage rather. He takes ball 4 low, and he's on base for the 3rd time today. 3 straight men have reached to begin this inning. Looks like Murda will run for himself over at first base as Ryan Louthan steps in. The lead is 8 runs for the Fighting Saints, 11 to 3. 3 straight men have reached here, nobody out in the 8th as Louthan takes strike 1. The walk was the first one issued by Strock in his 3+ innings. He has given up 9 hits as well. There's a ball to even the count at 1. 1-1 pitch misses low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Nobody warming up right now in either bullpen. Quinn McGuire has pitched the last 2 innings for St. Francis, and it appears they'll stick with him for the 9th as well. Try to get him that 3-inning save. Strike called, 2-2. Brian Nowakowski is trying to get Charles Strock through the final 4 innings of his game. Line drive into right field. That's down for a base hit for Louthan. Hayden Host comes in to score. Murda stops at second base. An RBI single for Louthan. His 2nd hit, 2nd RBI today. And that makes it 12 to 3. Two men on base, 4 straight have reached for St. Francis. And it's yet another multi-run inning. All of their offense has come in bunches today. This is their 5th multi-run inning of the game. Brian Graves takes strike 1. Graves is 2 for 4, struck out in both of his at-bats against the starter Biederstadt, and he singled in both at-bats against Strzok. This time he hits a grounder to first base. Moreta picks it up, steps on the bag, one away, but the runners do advance. Louthan up to second, Murda to third base. That's Ethan Fleming's turn to hit. That ground out snaps a string of 4 straight batters reaching base as Fleming hits it high in the air into shallow right center field. The center fielder Kalmbacher comes in to make the catch. Murda tags from third, slides across the plate, and scores another run for St. Francis. Ethan Fleming comes up with the sacrifice fly, and that's going to do it. That makes the lead 13-3 for the Fighting Saints. And with the 10-run lead in the bottom of the 8th inning, that's enough to call it a game. The Fighting Saints take the opener of this doubleheader by a final score of 13-3. They wrap it up by scoring 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning, making it unnecessary for Quinn McGuire to get those final 3 outs in the 9th. So they'll take a break now and return for game 2 of the doubleheader, and that'll be a 7-inning contest. The Saints will look to make it a twin bill sweep. Let's go back over this one first. A lot happened early and a lot happened late for the Fighting Saints. They scored 3 runs in the first inning as the first 4 batters of the game all reached base. Jake Murda brought home the first run on an RBI infield single. Ryan Louthan brought home another one on a fielder's choice. And then with 2 outs, Ethan Fleming came up with an RBI base hit that made it 3-0. Calumet bounced back with a run in the second inning, getting an RBI single from Trevor Kubacki in what turned out to be his only at-bat before leaving with an injury. That made it 3-1. And then the Saints pulled further away with 2 more runs in the second inning. Mitchell Thomas doubled, Max Montgomery walked. 1 run scored on a wild pitch and another one scored on a Hayden Host base hit. It was 5-1. Calumet scored 1 more in the third inning, getting back-to-back hits from Mangano and Rutherford, a double and a single respectively. And that made it 5-2. St. Francis pulled away from there, though. 3 runs in the 4th inning. Nate Maliska hit an RBI double. Hayden Host had his second RBI hit of the game. An error contributed to another run scoring. That made it 8-2. Jake Murda hit a 2-run homer in the 6th inning to make it 10-2. 1 more run for Calumet. They got it in the 7th inning as Laz Liriano singled and then later came around to score on a throwing error by the pitcher Quinn McGuire. And that made it a 10-3 game, but St. Francis put it away in the bottom of the 8th with 3 more runs. Double, single, walk, single. That's how the inning began. Hayden Host picked up his 3rd RBI hit of the game. Ryan Louthan had his 2nd RBI of the game. And then with a runner at 3rd and 1 out, Ethan Fleming hit a sacrifice fly to center field. That made it 13-3, and that was enough to call it a game. So game 1 of the doubleheader ends with St. Francis on top by a 13-3 final score. Jack Otis is the winning pitcher. Otis improves to 2-1 on the season. Jake Biederstadt is the loser. He falls to 0-1. No save for McGuire because the 9th inning became unnecessary. So he didn't end up getting those 3 innings. But he pitched well, allowing 1 run in 2 frames on the mound. Again, our final score 13-3. That's going to do it for game 1. We'll be back in about a half hour with game 2 of today's doubleheader. St. Francis will try to make it a clean sweep. So come back in another 30 minutes or so. Until then, Terry Bonadonna signing off for the moment. I'll talk to you soon. Good evening and welcome to Game 2 of today's doubleheader between the University of St. Francis Fighting Saints and Calumet College of St. Joseph. About 4 hours after the conclusion of game number 1, the rain has finally slowed down enough. It's still coming down, but it has slowed down enough to allow the resumption of play. And so the Fighting Saints have taken the field. They're getting warmed up for the start of game 2. I'm Terry Bonadonna on the call for tonight's 7-inning contest. Let's take a look at the starting lineups first for the visitors from Calumet. Laz Liriano leads things off playing second base. Batting second, shortstop Nick Mangano. Jalen Rutherford is in right field. The cleanup hitter is Frankie Moreta. Moreta plays first base. Hitting fifth, designated hitter Dakota Salmons. The catcher is Jose Avila. Batting seventh, third baseman Andrew Jimenez. Mark Klambacher bats eighth and plays center field. And batting ninth, left fielder Zachary Norwine. Starting pitcher for Calumet in game 2 today is William Vukobradovich. For the Fighting Saints, it's Nate Maliska leading off and playing first base. Batting second baseman Max Montgomery. Hayden Host hits third and plays left field. Batting cleanup catcher Jake Murda. Ryan Louthan is at third base. Dylan Scafuri bats sixth. He's the DH. Ethan Fleming is at shortstop. Noah Munson bats eighth and plays right field. And batting ninth, center fielder Mitchell Thomas. The starting pitcher for the Fighting Saints is right-hander Anthony Panzella. Panzella is on the mound. He's ready to get today's game rolling, making his fourth start of the season for the Fighting Saints. Into the windup, and the first pitch is chopped to the third baseman. Ryan Louthan gloves it, throws over to first, a little bit wide of the bag, but Maliska applies the tag. 1 up, 1 down on one pitch, and we're officially underway at 7:10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Anthony Panzella this season is 1-1 with a 3.48 ERA. In 10 1/3 innings coming into tonight, he has allowed 4 runs, all of them earned on 10 hits, with 4 strikeouts and 5 walks. He has been St. Francis's best pitcher in the early going this season. He's trying to keep that rolling and give the Fighting Saints a doubleheader sweep as he fires strike one to Nick Mangano. Mangano earlier this afternoon had a perfect day as he pops this one a mile high but backwards out of play for strike 2. He came up to bat 4 times in game 1 of this doubleheader. He reached base 4 times, 3 for 3 with 2 singles, a double, a walk, and 1 run scored. The Fighting Saints did win the opening game 13-3. They did so in 8 innings. The 0-2 misses high, ball 1. They scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th. After they had led 10-3, as Mangano takes a strike over the outside corner. 2 down. Mangano shakes his head all the way back to the dugout. Not too happy with that strike 3 call. The weather is starting to clear up. Still just a light mist, but not raining much. I was going to say, you might have to worry about a slightly expanded strike zone on a bad weather night like this, but it's getting better. Fouled back off the screen for strike 1 on Jalen Rutherford. Rutherford came in as a .250 hitter. And he beefed that batting average up a bit after game 1. He went 2 for 4 with a couple of singles and an RBI. Panzella's looking for a 1-2-3 inning. Fly ball into shallow center field. The shortstop Ethan Fleming goes back and makes the catch. The inning is over. Despite that 10-run victory in game 1, the Fighting Saints never had a 1-2-3 inning. They do here. First 3 men retired by Panzella will go to the bottom of the first inning, scoreless in Joliet. Bottom of the first inning, St. Francis set to come to bat for the first time. Scoreless tie here in game 2 of a doubleheader. Nate Maliska, Max Montgomery, and Hayden Host lead things off for the Fighting Saints. The rest of the order features Murda, Louthan, Scafuri, Fleming, Munson, and Thomas. Facing the left-hander for Calumet, William Vukobratovich. 13 letters in the last name, in case you didn't feel like counting. I did it for you. Vukobratovich's first pitch is fouled off to the left side by Maliska. That'll get out of play as it lands on the lawn down the left field line. Strike one on Maliska, who had 3 hits on RBI and scored 3 runs in game 1 earlier this afternoon. The 0-1 fouled back, 0-2. William Vukobratovich is making his second start of the season. The first one did not go so well. He took the loss, lasted only 2 innings. He allowed 4 runs, all of them earned on 2 hits with 6 walks and 1 strikeout. Looking to retire Maliska to start today's game off. He gets a bouncer back to the mound off the glove of Vukobratovich. It's picked up behind the pitcher's mound by shortstop Nick Mangano, and he doesn't have a play. It's an infield hit for Nate Maliska. Fighting Saints have the game's first base runner. That's a tough one. If you're Vukobratovich, you're probably better off just letting that ball get past you and then give Mangano a chance to make the play. But if Vukobratovich himself had a chance to make it, that would have been the easiest way. It was just to hit a little bit too high off the bounce. So the leadoff man reaches against him, and he misses for ball 1 on Max Montgomery. Montgomery was on base 5 times in game 1. He walked twice. He was hit by a pitch, reached on an error, and then finally in his last at-bat, he got a hit for the first time with a double down the right field line. This one is a fly ball down the right field line, deep into the corner, and tracked down there by Jalen Rutherford, who makes the catch. He throws it over to second base, and Maliska is out. Nate Maliska tried to tag up from first base on a fly out to right field, and a great throw from Jalen Rutherford guns him down. It's a double play, and the bases are empty. Big-time defensive play by Calumet. And that brings up Hayden Host now in a rare position with nobody on base. Host had a man on every time he batted, all 5 times in game 1 today. Host entered the day hitting .455 for the season as he takes strike 1. That batting average, hard as it was to do, went up after his game 1 performance. He went 3 for 4. The 0-1 misses upstairs, 1 ball and 1 strike. Vukobratovich obviously had big control problems in his first game of the season, 6 walks in 2 innings. You wouldn't think of these conditions as ideal to turn that around. Host drives it into right field, charging towards the line is Rutherford, and he's able to make the running catch. So a good start today for Vukobratovich as he sets the side down despite an infield single, facing the minimum in the first inning. We'll go to the second, no score. No score after 1 inning of play. Anthony Panzella pitched a 1-2-3 first inning, and then William Vukobratovich came out, gave up a leadoff single, erased him on a double play, and so he essentially had a 1-2-3 as well. First pitch of the second is a strike called on Frankie Moreta. Panzella has thrown a first pitch strike to each of the first 4 batters he's faced today. He gets a second pitch strike as well as Moreta foul tips it on its way by. 0-2. Anthony Panzella is a senior, transferred over from Joliet Junior College. The 0-2 pitch clips the batter, just barely got him on its way by. In fact, it didn't hit Moreta hard enough to even prevent Murda from catching it. Just a glancing blow on the sleeve. And a tough start to the inning for Panzella. Got ahead of the Calumet cleanup hitter 0-2 before putting him on base. Here's Dakota Salmons, the first man to bat with a runner on for Calumet today. Salmons was the catcher in game 1. He's DHing here in game 2. He swings to the first pitch and pops it high in the air right behind home plate. Murda takes a few steps back and misses it. A lot of backspin on that ball, and Jake Murda overran it, ended up landing right at the edge of the catcher's box. So in the end, he didn't really have to move for it at all. But in taking those couple of steps, he ended up missing out on that one, and it goes as strike 1. No error charged to Murda. Salmons takes a strike. It's 0-2. So the bad news is Murda missed the pop-up. The good news is Panzella keeps firing in strikes. So he's trying to make quick work of Dakota Salmons anyway. Swing and a miss. That's just what he does. Blows a heater by him for strike 3. Second strikeout of the ball game for Anthony Panzella. 1 away in the second. And that'll bring up the catcher, Jose Avila. Avila's getting his first at-bat of the game, of the day, in fact. He did not see any action in game 1 of the doubleheader. He takes strike 1 up in the zone. 2 for 6 so far this season. He is starting for just the second time. He has scored 3 runs. He takes a ball outside, 1-1. He's walked twice. So on base 4 times in just 8 plate appearances. That one gets by Murda. Ball 2 to Avila, and it allows Moreta to move up to second base. So here with 1 out in the top of the second inning, it's the first time that either team has had a runner in scoring position. 2-1 on the Calumet catcher, who's got a chance to pick up an RBI here. He's got 1 so far this season. The 2-1 pitch is lined softly into center field, sinking fast in front of Mitchell Thomas. It drops in for a base hit. First hit of the ball game for the Crimson Wave. Moreta advances to third base to put runners at the corners with only 1 out. Avila is going to check out here. The catcher for Calumet does not have to run for himself. So we've got a courtesy runner over at first. And that courtesy runner is Christian Martinez, who we saw earlier today in game 1 as the designated hitter. So Martinez is the runner at first base. Moreta is the runner at third. Andrew Jimenez is the batter. Jimenez is another guy who's making his second start of the season. He takes strike 1 from Panzella. He's 2 for 5 at the plate so far this year with a couple of walks and a couple of RBIs. He could drive at least 1 in right here with a hit. Doesn't even need a hit. He fouls it away 0-2. The Crimson Wave have not led at any point during today's doubleheader. In game 1, St. Francis jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the first inning before Calumet responded. Here in this one, the Crimson Wave are trying to strike first, but it's 0-2 on Jimenez, who grounds it off the foot of Panzella. It kicks over to first base. Picked up there by Nate Maliska, who steps on the bag, but the run does come in to score, and Calumet leads it 1-0. So the out goes 1-3. Jimenez is retired, but it's an RBI. As Moreta comes in to score, Martinez moves up to second base on the play. A productive out for sure. 1-0 in favor of the visiting team. Now here's Mark Kalmbacher. Kalmbacher takes strike one. Mark Kalmbacher in game one went 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Panzella will look to put him away and end this inning. But a run is in. It's been a productive inning. Ball outside, 1-1. Just one hit in the frame. That single for Avila. But a hit by pitch has come back to haunt Panzella, as well as an RBI ground out, as that ball's lined right at the left fielder, Hayden Host. He puts the squeeze on it to end the top half of the second inning. 1 run on 1 hit. The Crimson Wave leave a man at second base. We go to the bottom of the second inning, 1-0. Calumet's on top. We move into the bottom of the second inning. St. Francis is playing catch-up for the first time all day as they trail 1-0. Jake Murda, Ryan Louthan, and Dylan Scafuri are due up this inning for the Fighting Saints. Murda, the catcher, leads things off. Big game one. He went 2 for 4 with a walk, a homer, 3 RBIs. He gets things started against William Vukobradovic, whose first pitch finds the middle of the plate for strike one. Jake Murda entered play today with a .306 batting average, including his 3 RBIs earlier today. He leads the team with 12 of them. Ball 1 to even the count. Although the man who hits right behind him, Ryan Louthan, is hot on his heels. He also came into today with 9 RBIs. They were tied for a team high. Ball outside, 2-1. And he had 2 of them in the first game, so he's got 11 now for the season. 13 runs on 17 hits for the Fighting Saints in game 1 of today's Twin Bill. 2-1 pitch, ball low and away, 3-1, 3 straight misses from Vukobradovic, who I talked about in the first inning, has had control problems all year. Shouldn't say all year, it's his second start, but in his first outing he had control problems. Fouled off to the right side, 3-2. But I also started to say that these are not ideal conditions when you're trying to settle down as far as your command. A wet, rainy day. After you had to sit for an extra 4 hours of a rain delay in between games of a doubleheader. Really throws off your routine. Ball 4 outside. He looked sharp, though, up until that point. First inning was not only effective in that he didn't give up any runs, but he wasn't falling behind hitters. He was getting ahead of everybody, throwing a lot of strikes. Not so here in this second inning, as he leads off with a walk. Jake Murda sits down, just like his counterpart, Jose Avila, as a catcher. He does not have to run for himself. So his courtesy runner is Dominic Alberico. It's Alberico at first base with nobody out, and Louthan in the batter's box. Left-handed hitting third baseman. Backs out of the way of ball 1 inside. Louthan, as I just mentioned, had 2 RBIs in game 1. He also had 2 hits. He went 2 for 5. 294 hitter at the start of play. Ball high, 2-0. He's pushed that average up over 300 now. We'll see if it lasts till the end of the day. Vuka Bradovic really having some problems with his control now. 6 of his first 8 pitches this inning have been balls. Make it 7 out of 9, 3-0. The rain has stopped, so you can cross that off the list of potential causes for control issue, but it is still very damp. 4-pitch walk to Ryan Louthan. That's back-to-back free passes to begin the inning. And the Saints have something cooking here in the second. Alberico at second base, Louthan at first, and Scafuri coming up. Dylan Scafuri bats for the first time today. Brian Graves was the DH in game 1. Scafuri this time around. He's 4 for 12 this year. That's a .333 batting average. And he does have 3 RBIs, so not a stranger to RBI chances, which he has right now after this meeting on the mound between Vuka Bradovic and Avila. 1-0 Calumet leads very early in this game. The first inning flew by as both teams sent just 3 men to the plate. Here in the second, both teams have had some base runners. Calumet had 3 of them. And their half of the second ended up scoring 1 run, leaving 1 man on base. Breaking ball over the inside corner. First pitch strike to Scafuri. Scafuri kind of leaned out of the way of that one, but he did it in such a way it almost made it seem like he was leaning towards it. The ball narrowly missed him, but it did apparently clip the inside corner of the plate. The 0-1. Ground ball to the right side, picked up at second by Liriano. He throws to second for the force. The relay throw gets away from first baseman Moreta, and that allows the tying run to come in to score. Alberico slides across home plate, and we've got a 1-1 ball game. Scafuri is safe at first base. Louthan is out at second, and Alberico scores on the air. So at least as of now, it is an unearned run. It is not, nor will it be, an RBI for Dylan Scafuri, but he is at first base right now, representing the go-ahead run. That ball is bunted down the third base line by Ethan Fleming. The Wave let it roll, and it does go foul. So Scafuri reaches first base on a fielder's choice. E6 at the end of that play. 0-1 now on Ethan Fleming, the shortstop, who tried to drop down a bunt on the first pitch. Didn't go for him. Swings away this time and flies it into right field. It's deep, but as Rutherford backs up, he has room to make the catch at the edge of the warning track. That's the second out of the inning. Forces Scafuri to stay at first base. And it brings up the right fielder, Noah Munson. We were tied at 0 at the end of the first inning. We're tied at 1 now, late in the second inning. As Munson bats for the first time and tries to give St. Francis the advantage. First pitch to him is bunted down the third base line. Again, they let it roll, and again, it does roll in their favor. A foul ball. Strike one on Munson. Back-to-back batters who tried to drop down bunt singles. Neither one able to get it to stick. Munson had a pair of hits for the Fighting Saints in Game 1. Everybody in the lineup had a hit at least once. They finished with 17 of them for the game. And that was stopped a little bit early with 2 outs in the 8th inning because of the 10-run rule. Ball outside, 1-1. They ended up winning at 13-3. Ball low. Count goes to 2-1 on Munson. Scafuri's at first base. 2 outs. 1 run is in. It was an unearned run against William Vukobratovich. Fouled back by Munson, 2-2. Guess it could become earned now. After Fleming flew out to right field, you could say that would have been a sacrifice fly. Although it's tricky, the official scoring rules for that particular play. Ball high, 3-2. Because while Alberico scored on an error, the advance of the runner was the only reason for the error. It was a ground ball that should have been a double play, but for that errant throw. But the rules don't allow you to assume a double play. Fouled off the screen to the left side, still 3-2. So since you can't assume the double play, the error occurred only on the advance and not on the out. You can't assume 2 outs on that play. That's why that run should now become earned, but it's a little tricky. Ground ball to the right. Another chance for Liriano. Again, he plays it cleanly. Throws a little bit low, but it's picked up by Moreta, and the inning is over. But the Saints get a run to respond to the Crimson Waves' run. And as we head to the third, we remain tied 1-1. As we start the third inning here at Slammers Stadium in Joliet, Illinois, our score is tied 1-1. Zachary Norwine, the number 9 hitter, leads things off for Calumet. The first pitch he sees from Anthony Panzella is bunted for strike 1. So it's 0-1 on Norwine. And Anthony Panzella has now matched something that his teammate Jack Otis did in Game 1, first time through the batting order. Through a first pitch strike to all 9 hitters. This time he gets a piece of it on the bunt, rolls it in front of the plate. Murta throws to first, and it gets away from Meliska and sails into right field. Norwine heads to second base, and he stops there on the throwing error. I'd imagine that'll be an infield hit plus an error on Murta. Good bunt from Norwine, and he is aboard to lead off the third inning. The defense has not been quite as crisp here in game number 2 as it was in game 1, and that could be for a number of reasons, but I would guess the rain has something to do with it. Balls may be a little bit more slippery. The players might be a little bit out of rhythm as well, just because of the long 4-hour layoff between games. Sometimes hard to pick right back up where you left off. Here's Lazaro Liriano. The leadoff batter, Liriano, takes ball 1. So there's your first 1-0 count. That's also what Jack Godis did in game 1. First batter, second time through the order, saw ball 1. Check swing, he went around. Well, he did go around. They had to appeal, but I called it a little early, but it was true. 1-1 on Liriano. 0 for 1. He grounded out to third base on the first pitch of the ball game. Popped up, shallow right field. That's in tough territory for the Saints, but Montgomery's able to make the catch, drifting backwards. Good play for the first out of the inning. The runner has to stay put at second. And the batter will be Nick Mangano. Looked a little dangerous off the bat of Liriano in that tough spot on the field between the second baseman Montgomery and the right fielder Munson. Munson was never going to get in on that ball. It was too shallow. But it was just shallow enough that Montgomery was able to make the play seamlessly. Didn't have to make any elaborate stretch or anything. Panzella lobs a pickoff attempt over to second base, just trying to keep a close eye on Norwine. That's the go-ahead runner over at second base, still in the early innings. Nick Mangano takes ball 1. Mangano struck out looking at a pitch that he heavily disputed back in the first inning. Swing and a miss. The count is even. That was the first time he was retired today after reaching in all 4 plate appearances in game 1. 1-1 pitch. Ground ball sharply hit down the third base line, but foul by a handful of inches. And the pitcher moves ahead in the count once again. It's 1-2. One out. Norwine reached second base, leading off the inning. He's still stuck over there for the moment. Mangano trying to get him over, if not getting him in. But he pops it up foul to the right side. It looks like it'll stay in play. Who's going to make the catch? Panzella ripped that away from the hands of Nate Maliska for out number 2. Panzella on a dead sprint. That looked like a routine play for Nate Maliska. It's usually, you would think, the first baseman's ball. I don't know if they just didn't hear each other or what, but neither man backed off on their way to the ball, so fortunately there was no collision. But Panzella is able to make the play. 2 outs, and that'll bring up Jalen Rutherford. Runner at second. Rutherford is 0 for 1. He popped out to the shortstop his first time up. And he takes strike 1. There's a gentle breeze blowing out right now. The wind was blowing out a little bit more consistently earlier in the day. We did see 1 home run in game 1. That's flown down the left field line, foul and out of play, 0-2. The reason I bring it up is because we've seen a lot more balls hit in the air here. Game 1, the wind was blowing out, but we only saw the 1 homer because both starting pitchers were forcing a lot of ground balls. In this game, pretty much everybody for Calumet has been hitting it in the air. Hasn't traveled very far generally, though. Ball low, 1-2. In fact, there have already, in just 2 2/3 innings, been 3 pop-outs on the infield. Panzella's 1 strike away from getting out of the inning. Popped foul and out of play. He's still 1 strike away from getting out of it. It was not a promising start to this inning. The second pitch of the top of the third was bunted in front of the plate by Zachary Norwine. He ended up beating the throw to first, and then Murda threw it away, and Norwine made it to second. So he was at second base with nobody out. but he's still at second base as the inning comes to a close. Rutherford strikes out swinging. Third strikeout of the game for Anthony Panzella. And the Fighting Saints put another 0 on the scoreboard. We go to the bottom of the third. 1-1, we're tied.
In the inning for the Crimson Wave, no runs, there was one hit, there was one error, and one runner. Who's left on deck?
Nine, 1-2 due up for the Saints in the bottom of the third inning. 1-1. Our score is tied as Mitchell Thomas digs in for the first time. Left-handed hitting center fielder. Reached base twice in game one. He went 1 for 3 with a double and a walk. He takes ball one outside from William Vukobratovich. Thomas scored 2 runs in game one today. 2 of the 13 for the Fighting Saints. Ground ball down the first base line. That's a foul ball. Just wide of the line. Moreta doesn't like the call. He fielded it right behind first base, and he fielded it cleanly. So it would have been an out. But it was foul by inches. And it goes as strike one on Thomas, evening the count. Vukobratovich is trying to retire the leadoff batter for the first time today, but he misses outside. It's 2-1. St. Francis has had 4 base runners so far in the game. Only one of them on a hit. The first batter of the game reached on an infield single. Ball outside, 3-1. But Vukobratovich is having trouble throwing strikes, and the Saints have taken advantage. He walked 2 batters in the second inning, and one of them scored the team's first run of the game. Liner into center field, a base hit for Thomas. One hop on the infield, a screamer off the bat of Thomas, and he stops at first base with a leadoff single. So the first batter of the inning reaches again. It's Mitch Thomas at first base as we roll around to the top of the order for the second time. Nate Maliska is 1 for 1. He steps in again. Another left-handed bat for the Saints. First baseman batting leadoff. Maliska hit a bouncer up the middle his first time up, just a little bit too tall for Vukobratovich. Turned into an infield hit. Only hit of the game for the Fighting Saints up until a moment ago when Thomas singled. Now it's 1-0 on Maliska. Ball downstairs. Another hitter's count here at 2-0. Vukobratovich is falling behind just about everybody. We'll see how well the Saints can continue to take advantage of that. Bouncing ball to the left side of the infield. Backing up on it is the third baseman Jimenez. The throw over to first is not in time. Jimenez got stuck in between bounces there. He could either charge it or he could back it up. He chose the latter, and by backing up, he didn't give himself enough time to make the throw over to first. So a difficult play for him. And it turns into the second infield hit of the ball game for Nate Maliska. Thomas moves up to second base. 2 on with nobody out for Max Montgomery. It's been a big day for Montgomery. He's got a chance to give his team the lead for the first time in game 2. Drops a bunt down instead. It's foul. I count 4 Fighting Saints who have tried to bunt their way aboard so far in this game. None of them have been able to straighten it out enough to reach base, or to even be retired for that matter. They've all been foul balls. But they're keeping Calumet's defense on their toes. The 0-1. Strike over the outside corner, 0-2, and now with 2 strikes on him, Montgomery most likely will not be looking to bunt. The first bunt attempt in this at-bat, obviously he's trying to advance the runners, but it looked as well like he was trying for a hit. That second one, not as much. I think he was just trying to be more careful to make sure he could get the sacrifice down on the second one. Strike 3 called, and he is out number 1. Montgomery goes down looking. He is unhappy with that call, and that was in almost the exact same place as the strike 3 call that Nick Mangano was so upset about back in the first inning. So both men may have a case individually, but from a team standpoint, it's evened out. And the batter will be Hayden Host. Maliska's at first. Thomas is at second. Hayden Host flew out to right field in the first inning. He takes a breaker over the inside corner. Strike 1. Three hits in the game now for St. Francis. 2 of them have been infield singles. All of them have been singles. Strike called, 0-2. Vuka Bradovic starting to settle down after he fell behind a lot of guys, walked a couple of men in the second inning. He just struck out Montgomery on 3 pitches, and now he's immediately ahead of Hayden Host. No balls and 2 strikes. Host pops it foul and out of play to the left. I've talked about Vuka Bradovic's control problems. It's been a team-wide affliction, though. 65 walks for Calumet this year in just 56 1/3 innings. That was coming into the start of the day. And they had a few more walk issues in game 1 of this doubleheader, not to mention a few so far here in game 2. The 0-2. Ball high on Host, 1-2. Jake Murda is on deck. The Saints are trying to take their first lead. Calumet scored 1 in the top of the second. St. Francis answered with 1 in the bottom of the second. 1-2 pitch. Weak grounder to the right. Picked up by the second baseman, Liriano. His only play is at second base where he gets the force for out number 2. 4-6 on the fielder's choice. Host is aboard. Maliska's out. Mitchell Thomas moseyed over to third base. So he's just 90 feet away now as Jake Murda steps in. This has been a pretty good guy to have up in these clutch 2-out situations. We'll see if he comes through this time. Murda takes ball 1 high. Considering the top half of this inning, Calumet got their leadoff man to second base with nobody out, and they were unable to score him. With the runner on the move, Murda fouls it to the right side and out of play. It's 1-1, and Host has to return to first base. But so far, these two teams have traded even numbers, 0-0 in the first, 1-1 in the second. So Calumet is hoping it's 0-0 again here in the third. 1-1 pitch is low and in for a ball. Host does take second base uncontested this time. 2-1 on Murda, and now this has become a 2 RBI situation with runners at second and third. Murda takes a strike to even the count. That stolen base for Hayden Host was his first of the year. He's 1 for 1 now. He stands at second base. Thomas is at third. 2-2 on Jake Murda. Vuka Bradovic gets the sign and sets, trying to put away the Saints. Murda slaps it to the right side, and it's under the glove of Laz Liriano and into right field. 2 runs cross the plate. Murda safe at first, and the Fighting Saints lead 3-1. Hard hit ball by Murda, but you know Liriano would like to have that one back. That was a playable ball. He couldn't handle it, and it turns into a 2-run hit for Murda. Both Thomas and Host score, so that stolen base from Host proves to be a big deal. Ensured an extra run would score. Pitch to Louthan is drilled into right field. Rutherford is there to make the catch and retire the side. But 2 runs score for the Fighting Saints. They leave a man at first base as we go to the fourth. It's 3-1, St. Francis. After scoring a pair of 2-out runs in the bottom of the third inning, St. Francis takes the field with the lead for the first time tonight. 3-1 is the score. Frankie Moreta leads off the fourth inning for Calumet College of St. Joseph. And the first pitch is taken for strike 1 from Anthony Panzella. Panzella pitched a perfect first inning. He's given up a few base runners the last 2 frames, but just 1 run. Ball outside, 1-1. In the third, the Crimson Wave got their leadoff man to second base with nobody out, but Panzella recovered to record 3 straight outs. Ball up and away, 2-1. That gave the Saints the opportunity to take that lead in the bottom of the third, which they did on a 2-run Jake Murda single with 2 outs in the inning. Popped up behind home plate, back in the direction of the press box. Lands just in front of us for a 2-2 count. Panzella's got 1 strikeout in each inning so far. He's got Moreta at 2 strikes, looking to put him away. It's rolled weakly down the third base line, curling back towards fair territory. And the third baseman, Ryan Louthan, is able to jump on it before it can get back fair. Good base running by Moreta. He was sprinting it out. With that weird spin on the ball, it looked like it might tail back across the foul line. And if it had, he would have had himself an infield hit. I don't think it was ever going to get there. It looked like the momentum was slowing down, but Louthan got to the ball quickly to make sure it couldn't go back into fair territory. So it remains 2-2. Another 1-2 Moreta. Upstairs, ball 3. Moreta, Salmons, and Avila, the middle of the order, due up for Brian Nowakowski's Calumet College Crimson Wave. Moreta smacks it foul to the left, over the netting and out of play. Still 3-2. He'll see an 8th pitch. Panzella winds up. And Moreta grounds it to Maliska over at first. Nate Maliska calls off the pitcher and takes it to the bag himself. 3 unassisted. 1 up, 1 down in the 4th inning. That'll bring up Dakota Salmons. Salmons struck out swinging in a 3-pitch at bat back in the 2nd inning. Moreta is retired. First time the leadoff man has been set down by Panzella since the 1st. Looking to make it 5 in a row here as he gets Salmons to swing through strike 1. Big difference offensively for Calumet between game 1 and 2 has been the top of the order. Top of the order was excellent. They came through consistently in game 1. Ball high, 1-1. They ended up with only 3 runs. They lost the game. But Liriano, Mangano, and Rutherford, the 1, 2, and 3 batters, combined to reach base 7 times. Ball inside, 2-1. Specifically, Mangano and Rutherford were really good. Mangano got on base. Rutherford brought him in. Here in game 2, 1, 2, and 3 in the batting order have gone a combined 0 for 6. 2 strikeouts. Nobody's hit the ball out of the infield yet. There's a high pop-up on the infield. In fact, behind the infield. The catcher, Murda, backs up on it and makes the grab. Had a similar one a couple of innings ago, actually the same batter, Dakota Salmons, and he overran it. The ball ended up landing behind him and out of his reach. That time, Murda played it a little bit more cleanly. The ball almost, it seemed, popped out of his glove, but he was able to squeeze it in time for the out. 2 away, and that is 5 straight retired by Anthony Panzella. In fact, the only one of the last 8 batters to reach against him was on a bunt single, so he's in a groove. Swing and a miss from Avila for strike 1. He singled back in the 2nd inning. One of just 2 hits so far in the game for Calumet. 2 outs, nobody on. Fastball for a called 2nd strike. And Panzella is 1 strike away from ending the top half of the 4th inning. He winds for the 0-2. Ball outside, 1-2. Panzella looking to pick up his 2nd victory of the season today. Jack Otis already got win number 2 in game 1. As that ball's bounced to the right side, diving Maliska knocks it down, but he doesn't have a play. That's an infield single for the catcher Avila and a 2-out base runner for Calumet. He's 2 for 2. The rest of the team has a total of 1 hit. He'll check out. Christian Martinez comes back in as the courtesy runner. And Andrew Jimenez is the batter. Saints are 4-9 at the start of this game. 1-0 now in conference play as they just started in the CCAC today. But Otis, with his 2 wins, now has half of St. Francis's total. Panzella's trying to match him with 2 here. First pitch to Jimenez. Strike 1 called. Jimenez is the only RBI of the game so far for CCSJ. A 1-3 RBI groundout in the second inning. He chases one downstairs here to fall behind 0-2. You don't see too many 1-3 groundouts that result in RBIs. The reason this one did is because it wasn't a grounder back to the pitcher that was played cleanly. It deflected off the foot of the pitcher and ricocheted right over to first base where he stepped on the bag. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the inning is over. 4 strikeouts for Panzella. He pitches around the 2-out infield single and leaves a man at first base. We go to the bottom of the 4th, 3-1, St. Francis. 3-1 St. Francis in the bottom of the 4th. They look to add to their lead with 6, 7, and 8 in the lineup due up. Dylan Scafuri will lead things off. He faces William Vukobratovich, who's on for his 4th inning of work. Vukobratovich's first pitch misses outside for ball 1. It's been an up and down game for him. He's walked 2, which is a big step up in his second start. He walked 6 in 2 innings last time, so 2 walks in 3 innings. It's not something he'll complain about. In the dirt, and the count goes to 2-0. He's also given up 3 hits. Actually, 4 hits. 1 in the first and then 3 in the third. 2 of those 4 hits, though, have been infield singles. So it's not like he's getting crushed. Ball high, 3-0. Having said that, he's had to deal with a lot of base runners. There's been quite a bit of traffic for St. Francis in the first 3 innings. And, of course, they've gotten 3 runs through 3 innings. Scafuri gets the 3-0 green light, fouls it off his foot. And the count goes to 3-1. Dylan Scafuri is a senior who transferred from Joliet Junior College. Getting his 4th start of the season. He takes ball 4, and he's on base for the 2nd time. Reached on a fielder's choice error his last time up, this time on a walk. So he doesn't have a hit yet, but he's been on twice, so he won't complain. Leadoff man aboard for the 4th consecutive inning for the Fighting Saints. Here's Ethan Fleming. Fleming is 0 for 1. He flew out to right field in the second. He takes ball 1 up and outside. 5 of the first 6 pitches this inning have missed the strike zone from Vukobratovich. One run, 3 hits, 1 error so far in the game for the Crimson Wave. 3, 4, and 1 for the Fighting Saints. Ball up and away. Snap throw down to first. Close play. Scafuri just barely gets back. Frankie Moreta couldn't believe the call. That's a tough one when you have a 2-umpire system. The second ump is positioned between the pitcher's mound and second base. If you've got a guy behind first base, he can see that tag better. 2-0 count. Fly ball into right center field. Long run back for Rutherford, but he gets to the spot to make the catch. 1 away. I'm not sure that Scafuri made it back or not. I don't have the best angle at it either. I'm just saying, based on the reaction of Moreta, he clearly thought that he got him. But with the umpire making the call from that far away, it's just got to be obvious. Otherwise, you can't make it. Here's Noah Munson, 1 on, 1 out. Munson takes in the dirt. Munson is 0 for 1. He grounded out to second base in his first at-bat. 2 hits in the opener this afternoon. These two teams will play another doubleheader tomorrow in Whiting, Indiana. Ball low and outside, 2-0. It's a 4-game weekend series, first weekend of conference play. The Saints went 3-9 against non-CCAC opponents to start the year. Calumet went 1-7. Ball outside, 3-0. Their lone win, though, was a convincing one. They beat Waldorf 12-1 on Wednesday. Inside, that's ball 4. Second walk issued this inning, and that puts runners at first and second with only 1 down. RBI chance here for Mitchell Thomas, but first, a meeting on the mound. St. Francis leads 3-1. They were down 1-0. Got a run on an error in the second, and then in the third inning added 2 more runs on a 2-out single from Jake Murda. Murda's now got 5 RBIs in the doubleheader. He's up to 14 on the season. 3 in game 1, including 2 on a home run, the only home run we've seen from either team all day. And then 2 more RBIs in this game. Vukobradovic just walked his 4th batter of the game, putting runners at first and second base and eliciting this meeting on the mound, but it's breaking up now. Everybody returns to their positions, and Mitch Thomas digs in with a chance to break the game open. Thomas singled and scored in the third inning. Trying to, at very least, advance the runners here in the fourth. He flies the first pitch into center field, sending Kalmbacher back. He makes the grab, and the runners stay put. Scafuri elected not to tag on that one. And so it is a fly out to center. And with 2 outs, having a runner at third as opposed to second is an advantage, but not as big an advantage as it would be with fewer outs. So he does stay where he is. Munson does the same over at first base. We move back to the top of the order, and it's up to Nate Maliska as he tries to pad this St. Francis lead. Maliska's 2 for 2, but both of his hits are infield singles. He'd like to get one to the outfield. That would score a run. Ball outside, 1-0. Maliska in 2 at-bats has reached both times on infield singles, and both times he was thrown out on the base paths before he could reach second. This is popped into left field. Norwine took 1 step back, now comes in to make the catch and ends the inning. Thanks to a pair of walks, the Saints put 2 runners on base with only 1 out, but they don't score as Vukobradovic bounces back to retire the side in the 4th. We go to the 5th inning. 3-1, St. Francis on top. 4 innings down, 3 to go here in game 2 of the doubleheader. Mark Kalmbacher leads things off for CCSJ in the 5th, and he takes ball 1. Panzella's been in control of this one for a while. He gave up the run in the 2nd inning. Aside from that, nobody has gone past second base for Calumet. Kalmbacher pops it back behind home plate and out of play. Strike 1. Because Panzella's been as good as he has, it's made this game for St. Francis, I think, feel like they're in more control than they are. They've got a 2-run lead, 3-1. But Vuka Bradovic has pitched well enough for Calumet to keep his team in the game. If you take away that 2-out, 2-run single from Murda in the bottom of the 3rd, this game's been dead even. You can make an argument that should have been an error. It went right under the glove of Laz Liriano, but it was hit so hard by Murda. Strike called. It's 1-2. Had some tough spin on it. That I don't think you'd make any excuses if you're Calumet. But they know they're just a couple of swings away from getting back in this one. Ball outside, 2-2. It's just like I said, it has kind of felt like this has been St. Francis's game, and in a sense it has, but it's close, and it's been close throughout. Tapped back towards the mound. Panzella bare hands throws to first, a low throw, but Meliska is able to pull it out of the dirt for the first out of the inning. That was a tough play. It was right in between Panzella and Murda. Panzella called off Murda, but it took a little time to pull that ball in. Didn't go after it super aggressively because he had to communicate his intentions with his catcher. As a result of that, once he pulled it in, he had to really rush the throw, and Kalmbacher runs pretty well. But the Saints are able to get him. Leadoff man retired. The batter is Zachary Norwine. Norwine takes ball 1 up and in. Zachary Norwine came in as a replacement in game 1 for Trevor Kubacki, who got hurt in the 2nd inning. Ball outside, 2-0. So he played for the majority of game 1. He went 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts and a groundout. Reached base for the first time here in game 2. Dropped down a beautiful bunt on the first base side. So he takes ball 3. In his first at bat, he ended up reaching not only on the bunt single, but then on a throwaway, he made it all the way to second. Now he's ahead in the count 3-0. And Panzella gets ball 4 low. And so he issues his first walk of the game. Panzella's had such good control all game. It's a little bit surprising. He ends up with a 4-pitch walk against a guy who's just 2 for 19 at the plate on the season. Norwine does draw his 2nd base on balls this year. Good speed aboard with 1 out in front of Laz Liriano. He's 0 for 2 in this game, a ground out and a pop out on his resume. He takes strike 1 after the 4-pitch walk to Norwine. Panzella gets ahead of the next hitter. That's the 6th walk issued by Panzella this year in 14 2/3 innings pitched. He immediately follows it up with a couple of quick strikes, 0-2 on Lazaro Liriano. Liriano obviously doesn't want to strike out here, but less than that, does he want to hit the ball on the ground with a runner at first base and 1 out? Ball low and away, it bounces in the batter's box. The count is 1-2. Panzella sets and deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The throw down to second base is wild. So Norwine steals second. Now he tries for third as the throw gets into center, and he dives head first into third base safely. So a stolen base and an error. Norwine makes it all the way to third. That's the good news for Calumet, but the good news for St. Francis is that Liriano strikes out on the same pitch. 5 strikeouts now in the game for Panzella, and there are 2 outs in the inning. For Norwine, that's the first stolen base of the year. For St. Francis, it's the second error of the ball game. Both errors have been on Jake Murda, and both of them have allowed Zachary Norwine to advance a base. Here's Nick Mangano. Swing and a miss. Strike one. Mangano is 0 for 2. I talked about it earlier. Big difference between games 1 and 2. The top of the order was great for Calumet earlier this afternoon. Not so much in the nightcap as Mangano hits it high in the air to shallow center field. Mitchell Thomas comes in, puts it away, and ends the inning. So 1, 2, and 3 in the batting order for the Crimson Wave here in Game 2. So far, a combined 0 for 8. And Panzella pitches around the walk and error, leaving a man at third base. No runs for Calumet in the fifth. It's still 3-1 St. Francis.
Leading off for the Fighting Saints, the second baseman, number 1, Max Montgomery.
3-1 St. Francis, bottom of the fifth inning. The Saints are looking for some insurance here. They've had lots of base runners. Haven't been able to pay a lot of them off, but they've had the lead ever since that third inning. 2, 3, and 4 due up. Montgomery, Host, and Murda against Vukobradovic, who stays in the game and misses inside for ball one. Saints have 4 hits in the game, but they've all been singles, 2 of them infield hits, so they're not hitting the ball too hard so far today. 1-0 to Montgomery is taken for a ball, 2-0. 4 walks in the game issued by William Vukobradovic. He walked 2 in the second, 2 in the fourth. But pitched around them for the most part. Only one of those 4 guys came in to score. Ball 3 on Montgomery. And this has been a problem for Vukobradovic. He has come out wild, it seems, to start every inning. Ball 4. That's his 5th walk. Of the 5, 3 of them have been to leadoff innings. And the Fighting Saints have had their leadoff man on every inning, so they're putting a lot of pressure on Vukobradovic right now. We'll see if they can cash that pressure in with a big rally here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Man at first base, nobody out, and it's Hayden Host's turn to hit. There's a right-hander warming up in the bullpen right now for Calumet. Not positive, but I think that's Dennis Moreta. Got a better look at him in a moment. Runner goes on ball 1 to Host, and no play down to second base. Montgomery steals second standing up. He was halfway there before Vukobradovic even began his motion to the plate. So wisely, Host just put the bat down and didn't make any effort to swing. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. The pitch was a foot outside. This one is a foot inside. Backs Host off the plate, 2-0. I think Vuka Bradovich's day may be nearing an end if he can't figure this out. He's thrown 6 straight balls to begin this inning, and none of them have been close. Host is 0 for 2, but he has scored a run in this game. This ball is lifted into shallow center field. Kalmbacher dives for it and can't pull it in. It drops in for a base hit. Montgomery heads to third base, and as the throw goes into third, Host takes second. A high fly from Host, and it ends up between Kalmbacher and Mangano. Neither one can reach it. Great effort from Kalmbacher. He laid out to try to make a diving catch. Couldn't pull it in. Risky play at third base for St. Francis. Montgomery thought the ball was going to be caught. Went back to second. When he recognized that it wasn't going to be caught, he took off for third. Nearly a close play at third base, but Montgomery runs well. And that allowed him to make it into third base. The throw wasn't great from center field, and that meant Host was able to move up to second base. Looks like William Vuka Bradovich's day may be done. Brian Nowakowski comes out to the mound. No signal has been made to the bullpen yet. So we'll see, but tough spot right now for Calumet. Saints already have a 2-run lead. Anthony Panzella's pitching well, so there's not much room for error for the Crimson Wave. And right now, St. Francis has runners at second and third with nobody out. So they've got a good chance here to break it open. They're going to stick with Vuka Bradovich for now. We'll get at least one more batter. That one batter is Jake Murda, who's been the best run producer on the team. Murda has 2 RBIs in this game. He's got 5 RBIs in the doubleheader. He has not been retired yet in this one. First base is open. Vuka Bradovich's first pitch is low and in. Nice stop by Jose Avila. If that had gotten by, it would have meant another run. 1-0. Vuka Bradovich has thrown 8 pitches this inning. 7 of them have been balls. The only one that wasn't was the base hit for Hayden Host. 1-0 pitch. Over the outside corner for a strike. So finally a strike from Vuka Bradovich this inning. It evens the count at 1-1. Base hit from Murda could double the lead. And there is a base hit. Line shot out to center field. 1 run is in. Here comes Hayden Host. That's the second run. Another 2-run single for Jake Murda. He's got another 2 RBIs, now 7 in the doubleheader, and the Fighting Saints lead is 5-1. He's nearly doubled his RBI total today. He came in with a team best 9. He's added 7 more, and that will do it for Vuka Bradovich. So his day is done after 4+ innings. He will leave with a 4-run deficit, and I'll tell you about the new pitcher in just a moment. I'll step aside for now, though. 5-1, St. Francis in the bottom of the 5th.
Dennis Morita.
It's 5-1 St. Francis. Bottom of the fifth inning. First three batters of this inning have reached base. Two of them have already scored on another two-run single for Jake Murda. Murda's got two-run base hits in the game. So Murda is at first base now with nobody out. Ryan Louthan coming up to bat, and there's a new pitcher in the game. It's right-hander Dennis Morita. Third appearance for Morita. He has no record, a 20.25 ERA. In 4 innings this year, he's allowed 9 runs on 12 hits, 3 walks, 1 strikeout. His first pitch to Louthan misses up and away for ball 1. I said that Jake Murda was at first base. He isn't. It's Dominic Alberico, the courtesy runner. Alberico has been kept busy in this game because Murda has reached base every time up. Over the outside corner, 1-1 on Louthan. Ryan Louthan is 0 for 1. Lined hard out to right field his last time up. He walked in his first plate appearance. The 1-1. Strike 2 called. Pickoff throw down to first, and Alberico gets back to the bag. The runner at first base is the responsibility of the starter, William Vukobratovic. As it stands right now, though, 4 innings in the record books for Vukobratovic today. That's rolled weakly down the third base line, and it cuts foul. Still 1-2. In those 4 innings, he allowed 5 runs on 6 hits and 5 walks. 1 strikeout in the ball game today for Vukobratovic. And again, that man at first base belongs to him as well. So now it's up to Morita, the younger Morita of the Burbank Moretas. We've seen Frankie all day over at first base. Now Dennis, the freshman, is on the mound. Throw over to first base. And Alberico gets back to the bag safely. So they're keeping a close eye on Dominic Alberico here. He's 1 for 1 in stolen base attempts for the season. 5th pitch of the at-bat coming up to Louthan. Ground ball to the second baseman. Lariano gathers and throws to second for 1. The relay is in time. That's a double play. 4-6-3. 2 away. The bases are now empty. Nice work by Morita coming in and weathering the storm. And now we'll see if he can wrap up the inning. Going up against the DH, Dylan Scafuri. Calumet led this game 1-0 when they scored in the top of the second inning. Scafuri takes ball 1 low and in. The Saints responded with a run in the second, 2 in the third, 2 in the fifth. Ball outside, 2-0. This is the 7th inning in today's doubleheader in which the Fighting Saints have scored multiple runs. It's the 8th inning that they've scored in, and the 7th they've put up at least 2. Been a big offensive day for St. Francis. Ball 3 on Scafuri. 13th inning overall, just in case you were wondering. So 13 total innings, and in 7 of those, they've scored 2 or more. Scafuri flies it into shallow center field. Kalmbacher comes in, makes the catch, and ends the bottom of the 5th. But the Fighting Saints add 2 more runs on 2 more hits. They don't leave anybody on base as we head to the 6th. 5-1 USF. Sixth inning, 5-1 St. Francis. Fighting Saints are looking for a doubleheader sweep. They're 6 outs away from doing so. Rutherford, Moreta, and Salmons, the 3, 4, and 5 batters, are due up for Calumet. St. Francis' starting pitcher, Anthony Panzella, is still out there for his 6th inning of work. He's been sharp. Other than the second inning, in which Calumet scored their lone run, they have not had more than one base runner in any inning today. Rutherford swings and misses. Panzella only has one 1-2-3 inning. That was back in the first. That's the only one that any Saints pitcher has today. Chopper to the right side. Tough bounce, but Meliska's able to grab it as he carries it to the bag. 1 away. Leadoff man retired once again. And that brings up Frankie Moreta. 3 straight set down by Panzella. His longest streak of the game has been 5. Moreta is 0 for 1. He grounded out to the first baseman in the 4th. He was hit by a pitch leading off the second inning, later scored a run. He takes ball 1. That's the only run that Calumet has scored today. It was an 0-2 count. Moreta was hit by a pitch. He moved up to second on a pass ball and then scored on a ground out from Jimenez. He's ahead in the count here, 2-0. 1 out, bases empty in the top of the 6th. Fouled back off the hands of Moreta. It's 2-1. Left-handed hitting Moreta awaits the 2-1 and takes a strike. It's 2-2. Dakota Salmons waits on deck as Anthony Panzella tries to retire the first 2 batters of an inning for the 3rd time today, and he's got it. Strike 3 swinging. Moreta goes down. First time he has struck out today. 6th strikeout of the game for Panzella. He keeps up his trend. He has struck out exactly 1 hitter in every inning tonight. And now he'll look for his second 1-2-3 inning of the game, facing Dakota Salmons. Salmons has had a tough time seeing Panzella so far today. Hasn't put any good swings on him. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a pop-out. He takes ball 1 high. Salmons actually nearly popped out to the catcher in the second inning. Murta couldn't make the catch in foul territory, and two pitches later, he struck out anyway. This time he pops it into fair territory for the first time, but again, it's a routine play. Max Montgomery squeezes it for the 3rd out. A 1-2-3 inning for Panzella, his cleanest inning since the first. He and the Saints keep on rolling as we move into the bottom of the 6th inning, 5-1. St. Francis on top. 5-1, St. Francis has the lead. Bottom of the 6th inning, the Fighting Saints look to add just a few more. So they've scored 2 runs in the 3rd to take the lead and 2 in the 5th to pull away. They'd like to put this game away here as Ethan Fleming takes ball 1 from Dennis Moreta, the freshman right-hander who's on for his 2nd inning of work. Moreta misses for ball 2. Came in last inning with a man at first and nobody out. Got a double play and then a flyout. So he faced only 2 hitters, but he recorded 3 outs. 2-0 is bounced foul. Ethan Fleming has played pepper with the right fielder Jalen Rutherford in this game. He's 0 for 2. 2 flyouts to right. Had a hit and a couple of RBIs in game 1 this afternoon. The game started about 8 hours ago now. As that's flown into the right center field gap. Fleming's going to get himself extra bases as it rolls all the way to the wall. He makes a hard turnaround second, trying for 3rd, and he'll make it in without a throw. It's a leadoff triple for Ethan Fleming. And the Saints try to keep piling on here late. Fleming's first hit of the ball game, 2nd hit of the day. And he stands 90 feet away from supplying another insurance run with Noah Munson stepping in. Munson is 0 for 1. Ground out on a walk. He faces a drawn-in infield as he swings at the first pitch and swats it foul to the left side. Calumet's running out of time here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Just 1 chance left for them, so they can't afford to give up any more. Strike called. It's 0-2 on Munson. Just wants to put the bat on the ball here to get this runner in from 3rd base. Infield is about a step ahead of the baseline at all 4 positions. Moreta misses outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. If Munson can't get the run in, Mitchell Thomas will have a chance. Barring a double play somewhere, Maliska will bat this inning as well. Ground ball down the first baseline. It's foul. Count is 1-2. 1 run, 3 hits, 1 error for Calumet in this game. St. Francis has scored 5 runs on 7 hits, 2 errors. They've been helped out by 5 walks. Ground ball to short. The runner's going to try to score, and he'll make it in easily as the ball kicks off the glove of Nick Mangano. Everybody's safe. Fleming scores to make it 6-1, and Munson makes it to first on the shortstop's error. That was a risky play by Ethan Fleming going on contact. The ball was hit pretty much right at Mangano and looked like he wanted to come home with it. I think we would have had a play at the plate. But it rolled right up his arm. And so on the shortstop's boot, Munson is aboard on an error. We'll give him an RBI for it, as Fleming was trying to score regardless. Runner at first base, nobody out for Mitch Thomas. Thomas takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Top of the order due up next as the Saints try to continue to pull away. This was a tight game for most of the way. Strike called, 1-1. Calumet briefly had the lead. We were tied as recently as the 3rd, and it was a 2-run game as recently as the 5th. But with 2 runs in the 5th and 1 in the 6th, Saints have created some serious separation. That's lifted foul and out of play. 1-2. Two more coming up between these 2 teams tomorrow. St. Francis is trying to get off to a 2-0 start in conference play. Tomorrow will be interesting. Fouled away, still 1-2. Saturdays always are in this conference. After last year, they went to double headers. So 4-game series instead of 3-game series, which is what they used to play. Now you have a doubleheader on Friday and Saturday. It's a lot of games in a short period of time for teams that are short on pitching. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout for Dennis Moreta, keeping Munson at first base for the moment. One away. That's the first strikeout for Moreta in this game. On the season, it is his second in 5 1/3 innings pitched. Back to the top of the order, and Nate Maliska. Maliska's 2 for 3, a couple of singles and a flyout. First pitch is fouled back for strike one. So in regards to pitching, both head coaches can be pretty happy about the way their bullpens have been used today, by which I mean they haven't been used much. Both teams used just one reliever in the first game. Fly ball into center field, long run back for Kalmbacher, but he's able to track it down. He makes the catch. Maliska is retired on the fly. 2 away in the 6th, then the batter will be Max Montgomery. Quinn McGuire pitched 2 innings for the Fighting Saints after Jack Otis went 6 in game 1 this afternoon. Strike 1 called on Max Montgomery. Pickoff throw to first is not in time. 0-1 on Montgomery, who walked and scored his last time up. 0 for 2 officially. The only reliever used by Calumet in game 1 was Charles Strock. Strock went the last 4. That ball's thrown away at first, trying to pick off Munson. It goes into shallow right field, and Noah Munson takes second base on the air. Second error of the inning. Munson reached first base that way. Now he reaches second base that way, too. Third error of the game committed by Calumet. Jake Biederstadt started game 1, went 4, and then Charles Strock came in, went the final 3 2/3 technically, not a full 4. Fouled away, 0-2. So both teams used just 2 pitchers in game 1. Calumet has used just 2 pitchers in game 2 as well. William Vukobratovich went 4 innings, and now Dennis Moreta has gone the last 1 2/3. 0-2. Fouled away. For St. Francis here in game 2, only Panzella has worked. He's made it through 6 innings. Christopher Vilwalk is warming up in the bullpen right now. So we could see Vilwalk for the 7th, or he might be warming up just in case Panzella runs into trouble. There's still a possibility we'll see him try to finish it off. Fouled away, still 0-2. Two outs, a runner at second base. 1 run is in so far this inning. The 0-2, up and in, ball 1. Despite the errors earlier in the inning, it is an earned run against Moreta, the first one that he's allowed today in his inning and 2/3. Got ahead of Montgomery quickly, 0-2, but Montgomery's not going down quietly. This is the 6th pitch of the at-bat. And the final one, as he waved at strike 3. The side is retired. 2 strikeouts in the 6th for Dennis Moreta. He's done good work through 2 innings, but he needs the offense to step up now as St. Francis carries a 6-1 lead into the 7th.
There were 2 errors, and 1 runner was left on base.
Seventh inning, last chance here for Calumet as it is Anthony Panzella coming out to pitch his seventh inning. First pitch is popped up foul to the right near the St. Francis dugout, and it lands out of everybody's reach. Strike one on Jose Avila, the catcher for Calumet, who's been on base twice today. He's 2 for 2. The rest of the team has a combined 1 hit. 2 singles for Avila today. Line drive to left field. He's 3 for 3. It lands just inside the foul line and heads down to the corner. Avila heads to second base. And the leadoff double. Jose Avila, 2 for 6 on the season coming into this one. Now 3 for 3 today. And when I said the rest of the team has a combined 1 hit, keep in mind that that 1 hit for the rest of the team was a bunt single for Zachary Norwine. So it has really just been Avila making hard contact today. Nobody else has had much going on against Panzella. That double snaps a string of 5 straight retired. Gets us to the bottom of the order. Andrew Jimenez, the number 7 hitter, up for the 3rd time. And Jimenez takes ball 1. Andrew Jimenez is 0 for 2. Struck out his last time up. He's got the only RBI of the game for the Crimson Wave with a ground out back in the second. This one is in the air, but it's out of play. Lands in the seats down the third base line. 1-1 count. Calumet won their first game of the season on Wednesday. It was a dominant 12-1 win against Waldorf, a team that had beaten them earlier in the week. Ball 2, 2-1. So they were hoping to gain some momentum coming off that victory, and now starting conference play. Hasn't worked out. They fell in a blowout in game 1, and not looking too good here in game 2 as that's flown into right center field. Playable for Thomas, who makes the grab. Avila tags from second. The throw to third is not in time. Very close play. An unnecessary base running risk. But he does make it into third base. And that is not Avila, but Christian Martinez, the courtesy runner. I talked about this with Jake Murda and his courtesy runner, Alberico. Dominic Alberico's had a busy day because Murda keeps getting on base. Same thing with Martinez. Avila's been on 3 times, so Martinez has made 3 appearances in this game. He's at third base now with 1 out, and the batter is Kalmbacher. Mark Kalmbacher takes ball 1 high. It was a close play at third base. Good relay throw from the Fighting Saints. Martinez did make it in. Ball up and away, 2-0. I'll reiterate, probably not the best base running decision, down by 5. But it's still better to be at third than at second. Ball up and away, 3-0. Panzella has walked only 1 today. He has hit a batter as well. We haven't seen too many counts like this. Swing and a miss. Kalmbacher very aggressive, getting the 3-0 green light. It's been a hitless day for him, 0 for 5 in the doubleheader. Ground ball to short. This will get a run in. It should be the second out of the inning as well, though, as Fleming throws it over to first. 2 away. Martinez scores to make it 6-2. It was a low throw from Fleming, but it ended up taking a nice bounce about 10 feet in front of the bag. Meliska was able to handle it with no problem. An RBI for Kalmbacher. Both of the RBIs in this game for Calumet have come on groundouts. And now they're down to their last chance. And it is Zachary Norwine. Norwine takes strike 1. Norwine's been on base in both of his plate appearances here. A bunt single in the 3rd. He walked in the 5th. Only walk of the game from Panzella. There's a swing and a miss. Strike 2. Panzella has exactly 1 strikeout in every inning so far tonight. He does not have one in the 7th, but he's ahead of Norwine. No balls and 2 strikes. And there is strike 3 called. And that will do it. Anthony Panzella throws the complete game. He gets the final out on a strikeout, his 7th of the game. Fantastic performance today for Anthony Panzella as he picks up his second win of the season. And St. Francis picks up their 5th win of the season and their 2nd of the day. They finish off a doubleheader sweep of Calumet College of St. Joseph and win this one by a final score of 6-2. Let's go back over the scoring. This one, it actually started with Calumet. They took the early lead in the top of the 2nd inning. Frankie Moreto was hit by a pitch, advanced to 2nd on a pass ball, to 3rd on an Avilas single, and then scored on an Andrew Jimenez RBI groundout. The Saints were quick to respond. In the bottom of the 2nd inning, Jake Murda walked. His courtesy runner, Dominic Alberico, advanced to 2nd base on another walk. He moved up to 3rd on a fielder's choice and scored on an error. That throwing error made it a 1-1 tie. The Saints broke that tie in the 3rd inning. Mitchell Thomas hit a leadoff single and a base hit for Nate Maliska after a fielder's choice. Jake Murda came through with a 2-out, 2-run base hit. That made the score 3-1. It remained 3-1 into the 5th inning. Montgomery hit a leadoff walk for St. Francis. Hayden Host followed with a single, and then a 2-run base hit for Murda made it 5-1. 4 RBIs in the game for Jake Murda. He also had 3 in game 1, so it's a 7 RBI day in the doubleheader for the catcher Murda. Saints added 1 more for good measure in the 6th inning as Ethan Fleming hit a leadoff triple. He scored when Noah Munson reached on an error. And then Calumet added 1 more run in the 7th inning. Too little, too late for them as Jose Avila doubled, and then Mark Kalmbacher hit an RBI groundout. But that was all she wrote as the Saints win this one by 4. Our final totals: Calumet 2 runs, 4 hits, 3 errors. St. Francis 6 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors. The winning pitcher is Anthony Panzella, who pitched a complete game, allowing 2 runs. He improves to 2-1 on the season. The losing pitcher for Calumet is their starter, William Vukobradovic. Vukobradovic went 4+ innings. He allowed 5 of the 6 runs, and he falls to 0-2 on the year. These 2 teams are back at it tomorrow, a doubleheader in Indiana, hosted by Calumet. But that's going to do it for today's doubleheader. It was a long one. 8 hours and 3 minutes after the first pitch was thrown in Game 1. We are done for the night here at Slammer Stadium in Joliet, Illinois. St. Francis wins the opener 13-3. They win Game 2, 6-2, the final score for a doubleheader sweep. Until next time, Terry Bonadonna signing off from Joliet, Illinois. Enjoy the rest of your Friday night.